I don't know. I don't know if she's like been in the toilet and all that stuff. So just let her stay out for as long as I can. Always run it quite close. And so if there is going to be any drama, if she is going to just stare at me and not come into the house, then I might end up being a few minutes late. So that's exactly what went down today. But she's in now and we are good to go. So we have got the go home show for Wrestle Palooa. This is the go home Smackdown. And we can have a look and see that there's a few bits that they've got for us. So we've got Cody Rhodes and Drew McIntyre. They are set for a contract signing. So I'm sure that is going to go very, very well. Then we've got Brock Lesnar. He's going to give an exclusive interview ahead of Wrestle Palooa, which makes me think he's not going to be in front of the crowds. An exclusive interview makes me think that's probably a sit-down backstage thing, which I think is probably wise. If you think about how he's been booked since he's come back, we've had 2 surprise appearances where the crowd didn't know he was going to be on the show. We've had 1 appearance where he was in the ring, and before he got a chance to say anything, they brought out R-Truth, the most loved character they've got, right? And they put R-Truth in the ring with him. And then now it looks like we might be having a backstage interview. So it's quite funny how they've gone about booking Brock and making sure that he's not kind of just out there in front of the fans for an extended period of time, or if he is, making sure R-Truth is out there with him. So yeah, this exclusive interview makes me think it's probably a sit down backstage thing with maybe Michael Cole, maybe something like that. We'll have to find out, though. Chelsea Green, Alba Fire are going to challenge Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss. Obviously, we know about this match. This match was made last week, so they're going to be up for that title match. They're getting a title opportunity. Of course, Charlotte and Alexa did get past Izzy and Tatum on Tuesday, so that's why we've got that match. Then we got another title match. It's happening tonight, and I don't know that they actually said it was going to be tonight last week, but we sort of presumed it would be. It's Carmelo against Sami, and that should be really good. I think last week's Sami Ray Phoenix match got about 4.25, 4.5 stars. It was one of those, either 4.25 or 4.5 from Dave Meltzer. So Meltzer was actually quite impressed with the Sami match last week, and it was really good. Obviously, the week before that, he took on John Cena in a match that was very good, but got ruined by Brock. And this should be a banger as well. Carmelo Hayes, someone that we haven't seen loads of in singles action. He's obviously been with Miz quite a bit. But Carmelo Hayes stepping in, going up against Sami Zayn, United States Championship on the line. And I think this is perfect. I mean, honestly, this is the kind of thing I would do for Sami. This is the kind of thing I would do for Sami when he's world champion as well. Maybe not every week. Maybe I wouldn't do an open challenge thing every week, but I would make him a very, very regular defending champion. I'd have him defending it like every other week, you know, a couple of times a month, having him defending it on a Raw, and then having him defending it at the PLE, and just make him a really active champion, because Sami's strength is his match quality. He's great when it comes to bouncing off people and having some fun. But if you don't have the right situation for him to show that he's a fun character, or can be, if you haven't got anything for him to do and bounce off, then just focus on his in-ring. Because his in-ring is like, I mean, there's a reason why I love Sami Zayn. The reason why I love Sami Zayn is this match is going to bang. I've got no doubt that Carmelo Sami is going to be 4 stars, if not better. So, you know, that gives us something to look forward to tonight. And I think, look, that'll be fine. You know, I don't expect a title change, but I certainly won't be down on watching that. That'll be interesting. I'm not crazy about Brock being back, but a sit-down interview. Let's have a look and see what he says. And, well, I mean, that's probably just going to be a load of nonsense, because it's just going to be a contract signing in WWE that normally ends in a farce. So, yeah, that's what we've got coming up tonight. Obviously, the show doesn't start for another hour and 50. So we've got plenty of time to get stuck into whatever it is you want to talk about. Not loads in the way of news today, just another day of bits. I feel like what's happened the past few days is the superstars have gone out there, they've done interviews, and there's all these just little quotes that are kind of interesting, but do you know what I mean? Like, Punk, do you think that Seth is now one of your great rivals? Right? It doesn't really matter what he says. So yes, no, maybe. Do you know what I mean? But it still gets clipped and shared, and people still have conversations about it. And there's just lots of that kind of stuff doing the rounds. I think Punk also said about AJ Lee, about the fact that even if she didn't come back as a wrestler, he thinks there was a place here in a non-wrestling role. He thinks even if she hadn't come back as a wrestler, she could have come back as a GM, or she could have come back as something, right? There could have been some sort of role for her in this company, even if it wasn't as a wrestler. And again, you go, well, yeah, that's interesting, but she's back as a wrestler now, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Like, do you know what I mean? There's just lots of that fluff that's around today. But I would say not loads that's like, oh, that's really interesting. Not loads that's like, you know, kind of moving the dial very much. So, but there's still a lot for us to get our teeth into and talk about, though. So, James, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Yeah, I'm good. I'm quite happy because there will be more people around here soon, and it won't just be me and the dog. And so that'll mean that I can just kind of focus a little bit more on, well, I don't think I've stepped away from the channel, really. I mean, I've still done pretty much everything that needs to be done, but it will be nice not having to worry about her. Like right now, she's upstairs, she's on her own. I don't know that she's been in the toilet. I think she probably has. If she hasn't, she might bark, and then I'm going to have to go and let her out. And it's like, that's just in the back of your head, really. So, yeah, no, everything's absolutely fine, but it'll be nice to not have to worry about her and just fully focus on... plus, also, she keeps waking me up, this goddamn dog. Like, she woke me up 3 times today. And I'm like, what do you want? And, you know, she won't tell me. So I just have to keep giving her treats and hope she leaves me alone. That's the relationship I've got with her. Hasib said, do you prefer Sami choosing opponents than what Cena did? And anyone can come out, and then you're less prepared and you look a bit stupid. Honestly, Hasib, I've not really thought about that. I mean, I suppose I do kind of like it that way. I wouldn't mind Sami having an open challenge in the sense of have a mystery person come out. I mean, I think that Sami should feel confident against mid-card talent. You know, he should, I mean, for me, Sami is knocking on the door of being a world heavyweight champion. And I really believe WWE is doing a lot of work. You know, they had him talk about the World Heavyweight Championship in interviews a lot. So I really think that he's going to be positioned where he is going to have a title shot next year. Now, I don't know that he wins the Rumble, and I don't know that this is going to be at WrestleMania. It could absolutely be SummerSlam or a B show, right? It could even be at the Rumble where Sami takes on whoever the World Heavyweight Champion is, right? And it might be that Sami's not even in the Rumble. You know, it's the Royal Rumbles in Saudi Arabia. They could crown Sami as the world champion in Saudi Arabia by having him face whoever the World Heavyweight Champion is there. We've done that before. Seen a title change hands at the Rumble event. So I'm looking at Sami and I'm looking at the messaging and I'm feeling good that next year, I would say early next year as well, he will get a world title opportunity. A lot of people thinking he's a favourite for the Rumble and then he's going to go and face for the title at WrestleMania, and that could absolutely be true, right? So I think if you're Sami, and certainly with the way the company is positioning him, you should feel quite confident against the other mid-carders, right? You are really technically above that level. you are someone that I expect early next year to be world heavyweight championship level. So, you know, depending on who answers. I mean, if Gunther comes down, you know, we might have a problem. But, I mean, if it's going to be Rey Fenix, that's been in the company for, a hot minute, if it's going to be Carmelo, who I don't think has really found his footing on the main roster at this point, you know, if it's going to be people of that caliber, I don't mind them just coming out as mystery opponents, because I feel like that should be a good test for Sami, where he's like, okay, I'm not totally prepared for this person, but I know that I'm as good as them, right? When that bell rings, I know that I can, go after them and match them. So I don't mind the occasional surprise like that. I think that's fun for the fans. But I do like, and I do agree with your point, that it makes a bit more sense him going up to them beforehand and saying, you want a shot? No problem. I'll see you next week. That way it gives him a week to prepare. And actually, from a logical point of view, that kind of makes a little bit more sense, how he can go away, study a bit of tape. And, you know, this then feels a bit more like a real sport. But, pro wrestling obviously has got a proud history of those kind of moments of surprise. Look at Cody coming back at Wrestlemania, right? Where Cody Rhodes came back as a surprise, and that was fantastic. So, and I think there was a lot of praise for the Cena run as well. So, yeah, for me, I don't mind. I do understand the argument that it can seem a bit silly where the champ is not totally prepared. But I would say for John and John's level, where he is clearly above a mid-card belt, and for Sami, where we're trying to position him above a mid-card belt, I think by and large they should feel quite confident going against the mid-card title contenders, because they should be above that level. That was an interesting conversation, though. I like that. Shade said, Daze, do we think Vic Joseph will be on commentary tonight? Do you know, I don't know. I can't quite get my head around what we're doing with commentators. I'm all a bit lost. So I'm not sure who's going to pop up where. What I do know is Booker said he was one and done, and Wade Barrett is listed as being a commentator for Wrestle Palooa. So that makes me think if Wade Barrett is going to be back tomorrow, then he can be back tonight. So there is a chance that we get a Wade Vic Joseph team tonight. I don't know that it's going to be like Vic Joseph and Booker, like I believe it was last week. Booker seemed to suggest one and done, and loved being back and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, that was it. So not expecting Vic and Booker. You never know if Booker's just, you know, lying and it's all to throw you off and be a surprise. We did speak about it in Unseen, though, that he did say one and done. But with Wade being mentioned for Wrestle Palooa, yeah, we could end up with Vic Joseph and Wade's. Or, you know, Michael is the person I'm expecting to call Wrestle Palooa, of course. So with him being around, do we get Michael on the call again tonight? I don't know. I think commentators and what we're doing with commentators is all kind of a bit confusing at the moment, to be honest. Have we heard that Brock is set to open Smackdown? No, not heard that. The only thing I've seen is what was on the official preview. So, no, I've not heard that. I heard that there's going to be an interview. So I'd be expecting that to be backstage. Nathan said, do we think the Profits are going to split? Part of me thinks this is an act. There's no word on the Profits if they're actually splitting or not, so I can't give you anything that I've read online or from the Observer or from anywhere like that, WrestleVotes or whatever. So we can only go off what we're seeing. And I think I understand that it could be an act. It's very weird, to be honest, because it's really come out of nowhere. I personally don't like it. I don't think it's a very good story. I think that you've got a group here that have been together a long time. Like, they were down in developmental together and they were called up to the main roster together. And, you know, years they've been together on the main roster now. This is a team that's just quietly been going about their business. We've seen them with Bobby when they tried to, you know, create a group there. We've seen them with B-Fab. We've seen them, like, with belts, without belts. The idea that this group have got issues is absolutely fine. We can tell that story. But I don't like how it was Uncle Howdy that kind of mentioned it first and said, I can see that there's a split. And it's like, no, I haven't seen no split. I haven't seen no issues. And then, of course, because Howdy says that, you're now expecting them to start showing a split. And, of course, now they have, right? So they lose the belts and now they're starting to tease an issue. Well, I mean, I feel like if Uncle Howdy has detected an issue, he's going to look a bit stupid if there wasn't one, We're going to make Howdy look a bit stupid if he's like, you guys, you're not as strong as you think. And then they tease a split and then they don't actually split. I mean, that just makes Howdy look like he hasn't got a flipping clue what he's on about. So I'm not a big fan as to how we've gone about it. I'd much rather they had shown issues and had arguments. Howdy pick up on those and for it to be, a much more obvious split that was coming. Whereas this time, yeah, you are right. Because of the way that it's gone about, it doesn't feel quite right. It feels a bit rushed. I sort of feel like Howdy has pointed out something that wasn't really there. And then the Street Profits lost their titles. Now they're acting like they're splitting. Is it mind games on their part to lull the Wyatts into a false sense of security? Could it be that the Wyatts think, it's going the way Howdy said, and so they get lulled into a false sense of security, and then the Street Profits come back and, surprise, ambush the Wyatts? I can understand why you're asking that question, because I agree, I don't think this has been executed very well. But the alternative is Howdy's going to look a bit silly if they're not really going through something. So I'm going to say I think they might split them, actually. I think for the long time, they have looked at Montez as being someone of interest. I think for a long time, they've looked at Montez, and there is money with Montez and Bianca. Montez and Bianca being kind of around each other's orbit and, kind of doing something together. I mean, we're seeing, obviously, AJ and Punk. We've got Becky and Seth. I mean, we've got Naomi and Jimmy if she hadn't have gone away. I mean, there's all these couples in wrestling. I mean, to have Montez and Bianca, I mean, didn't they do like a bit of a reality show? Wasn't there like something that they did reality-wise? I sort of feel like there's money, there's things you can do with those two. So, I don't know, a split with the Profits has been spoken about for a while. We've never done it. It's always been spoke about. Everyone thinks that Angelo Dawkins is going to be the Marty Jannetty and that Montez is going to break out and become the Shawn Michaels of the group. And he could do. And I think they will split them eventually. I just think, honestly, Montez is such a lovely person. He's a very religious man. And I don't think that he wants to leave his brother behind. And I think genuinely that's been a part of this. I think if Montez was a more selfish individual, I think the Profits actually could have split up a long time ago. But I think he is someone that wants to make sure that Dawkins, someone he cares about like a brother, I think he wants to make sure he's going to be okay. Because I think there is some concern there. So it could be one of those where it's like, I ain't leaving until I know everything's okay and there's a plan. And there's, we've got some creative going forward. I think Dawkins and BFAB against Bianca and Montez could be quite an interesting little feud. It's just a bit of a shame if we do it now. It's going to feel a little bit like Becky and Seth against AJ and Punk. Because we don't really do mixed tag matches like that. So to do a high-profile one with AJ Lee coming back and then very quickly do another one which doesn't feel as big, no offense to the Street Profits, but they're not the same level as Rollins and CM Punk, right? And, no offense to BFAB, but she's not the level of AJ Lee. Whereas you could probably compare Bianca and Becky quite favorably, right? But this would be the Temu version, if you will, right? So I don't know where we go from here. There's no word. I think it would make Howdy look a bit stupid, though, if they didn't split now after he was talking about how he can detect the issues and he's going to prove that they're not really family and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Daze, do we think the mixed tag match between CM Punk, AJ, Seth Rollins and Becky will end up being that main event instead of John Brock? Yeah. So it's funny, actually, because we've had conversations on this, and I said I wouldn't have John Brock as the main event, mainly because it's not a match I'm that excited by. I mean, I know everyone's got their own opinions about Brock and Brock's return, and I know that there's a lot of very passionate opinions. My opinion is guilty, and innocent until proven guilty, right? You're not guilty unless you're found that way. But equally, if you was... let's say, let me try and find can I find a pleasant example? Okay. If there was someone at work that was accused of stealing and there was an investigation, that person doesn't just keep working there, right? If you've got a business and someone's accused of stealing, they get suspended. Now, they can be suspended on full pay. They can be getting paid to just sit at home. But you wouldn't have them at work whilst there was an investigation that was going on. It's not that they're guilty, it's that you're trying to establish what has actually happened, right? So this idea of like, oh, you're finding him guilty before, like, you know, he's even been found guilty. And it's like, no, that's not how the real world works. In the real world, if you're at work and you're accused of doing something serious, then you get suspended on pay, and sometimes with pay, sometimes with not, depends on the evidence, depends what's happened. But, you know, you won't just remain at work. I mean, again, if you want to go to a more extreme example, what if there was someone accused of doing something to patients in a hospital, a doctor, right? And maybe there was a lot of deaths that the doctor had on their, you know, client list, patient list. If there was suspicion that the doctor was causing those deaths, that doctor would not remain in the job, right? Whilst we try and figure out, are they guilty or not, right? They would be suspended, right? Of course they would. You wouldn't just allow a potential murderer to just stay in the job. Now, of course, you know, what Brock's been accused of and being accused of being involved in is obviously very different to the examples that I've just given. But for me, he is involved. He is named 44 times in that Janelle Grant lawsuit. And it's not just that he had a chat with her. It's that she provided material for him, and that was part of his renegotiation. And there were play dates that were arranged. And he's involved. I mean, he just is involved. And so for me, it's just, I don't know how much he knew. I just don't know what he knew. Did he know that she was in trouble? Did he know that she was being made to provide this stuff against her will? What conversations was he having with Vince behind closed doors? The two of them laughing it up, right? As this woman was potentially being made to do these things against her will. I know the Janelle Grant stuff is heavy, horrible. I know that it's not a conversation people want to have, but I feel like I have to touch on it because, honestly, I think a lot of people, when it comes to Brock, just think, oh, it's not right that people are accusing him of something when we don't know that he's done anything wrong. But it's so much more than that. That's not accurate. That's not correct. As I said, if you are someone at work and you are suspected of doing something, you will be suspended. And that is exactly what happened with Brock. You know, he was never fired. He was suspended. He was still shown. And God, do you remember all the times people would go, have you seen Brock's on the active roster? How many times did you see a picture of Brock Lesnar on the active roster on the website? Because people would be like, oh my God, they've added him back. And it's like, no, he never got took off. He never got took off. He's just been suspended whilst they look into this. And obviously this process has took a long, long time. And maybe it just got to the point where they were like, it's coming up like to a year and a half. And, you know, how long can you suspend someone for? And I do understand that argument, but it doesn't stop it being uncomfortable. It doesn't stop it being uneasy. He's clearly not a danger to people at work, right? I don't think that anyone has to worry that Brock is around at work, and maybe that was part of the thinking of his return, but it still doesn't explain what's happened. We still are none the wiser as to what's gone on, and the streets are saying that, you know, it's not that they're happy that he's not, you know, It's not like the investigation has moved past him. And I can point to the statement that Janelle Grant's lawyer said the day after Brock returned at SummerSlam as evidence that they were not happy of his return, and they were not like, they could have put a statement out saying, we wish Mr. Lesnar all the very best. We have no interest in pursuing him. You know, they could have made it very, very clear that they're not interested in Brock, right? They could have made that very, very clear. But the statement that came out was, we are looking forwards to taking this case to court, and for all of the evidence, including that involves Mr. Lesnar, being shown and being heard. They made it very, very clear they're very excited about getting this out in the open, having the court case, and including everything that Mr. Lesnar was involved in. I mean, I just don't see how you can't be uncomfortable about this. I do struggle. I really do struggle with him having this match. Like, I am not excited by it. So that's me. I mean, that's where I am. If you agree, if you disagree, it's absolutely fine. The only thing I can do is just explain why I feel the way I feel, right? It's not that he's guilty or anything like that. It's the fact you don't know. And the closest you can kind of compare it to would be, as I said, like if someone was getting sick in a hospital and the doctor was like suspected of causing that, and you know the doctor gets suspended, but then you bring the doctor back. I mean, wouldn't you feel a bit uncomfortable? That's kind of how it fits and sits in my mind, right? So we've actually had conversations about this where I was like, I don't really care for Brock being in that main event. It's not a match I'm engaged in, right? If you're excited by it, fine. I mean, you do you, okay? You do you. But that's my take on it. That's my stance on it. That's how I look at it. And I ain't excited for it. So for me, yeah, I was way more into the WWE title match closing the show. It's not the match I would choose, but I do think the WWE Championship is a championship that just by default should be in contention for closing the show. I mean, the WWE Championship match traditionally is the big match that you kind of end the show with, yeah? I think we can agree with that. It's the biggest belt in the company. Like, Cody Rhodes is arguably the biggest star in the company. Arguably, okay? I know that you can say Roman, but Roman's not around all the time. He's not on this show, for example. You could make an argument for CM Punk. There's a few other names you can throw in. Seth Rollins, of course. But I think we can agree that Cody's in the mix. Him against Drew is a good feud, a good match. The reason why I wouldn't have that close the show is because it's not had a build. It's not had a build. So because it's not had like a really good build, because Cody's been doing Street Fighter, I wouldn't have it close the show. So then you look at other matches and you go, okay, so if I don't want Brock closing the show and I don't want the WWE title closing the show, then I'll have a look at the AJ match, of course, and I'm totally down for that closing the show. But I would also have a look at, believe it or not, Stephanie and Io. The reason why I would look at that match is because we are guaranteed to get a new champion, right? Unless there's going to be outside interference, but I would hope WWE wouldn't do that, because this is an opportunity for someone in a very dramatic match to be crowned champion, okay? So I look at that and I go, okay, we're going to get a new champion. I think Io has been the MVP of the year. I think she has been the best in-ring performer. Her match at WrestleMania, her match at Evolution, even her match at SummerSlam with Naomi, the triple threat, very well received. But actually, those two matches, the Mania one, the Evolution one, are in the running for match of the year, right? So I think that for me, her against Stephanie is going to be fantastic. You make it a massive deal. You crown a brand new champion. And I think that you put them in that spot where, you know, people are going to have tuned in. They're going to have already seen John Cena against Brock Lesnar. They're going to already have seen Cody Rhodes defending the WWE Championship. I sort of feel like if someone's given the show a chance and they've watched all these stars and they're still watching, then by the time you get to the match that closes, I've got to think that they've enjoyed themselves. I mean, why would you stick around and watch 2 hours of a show that you haven't really enjoyed? You've seen like all these big names. Now it's time maybe to watch some names you're not aware of, but you know that it is for one of the top women's titles. And of course, you just pick it up that, you know, what an amazing year EO has had. And, you know, you give them that spotlight. You give them that platform. So I would not even be against that. But I don't think WWE would do that because I think that they would be worried about the star power. I don't think EO carries a great deal of star power. Stephanie carries very little, right? And that's not me being disrespectful. That's just me saying that to a casual fan or someone that doesn't really watch WWE, they will have heard of John Cena. They will have heard of Brock Lesnar. They may have heard of Cody Rhodes. I don't think they've heard of Stephanie. And I don't think they will have heard of EO, right? Because I don't think EO has achieved enough, right, for her to kind of get through into the mainstream, right? She hasn't done enough interviews and she's not got out there enough. And, you know, maybe her lack of English has been a barrier to that. So I think what might happen is you do the AJ match as the main event. So I know we kind of went round the houses there, but I liked the question and I wanted to kind of explore the answer a little bit. And so I think you go with Becky, Seth, AJ, Punk, main event, put the women as the co-main, put Cody in the middle of the show, have Brock open up the show, and then do Uso's Vision as the match after. So I think that's how I would structure it, something along those lines. I'd have star power dotted at the start, in the middle, at the end. That means one of the two in between matches will be Stephanie and EO, and the other one will be the Vision, who I don't think are very over. I don't think the average fan would know who Braun and Bronson are, to be honest, even though they've been main event in Raw. You got to remember, a lot of people watching ESPN have not been watching Raw, right? A lot of these people that were trying to get to tune in for the first time, they don't know who Braun and Bronson are. So they would go in one of those other little in-between slots. Usos, they might know Jay and the yeeting and all of that has been a big deal, but not big enough to main event the show. I think we can agree. So I think it would get structured something like that for that reason. So yeah, I think it will be the mixed tag match, but I didn't want to just say I think it'll be the mixed tag match. I wanted to explain why. Right, Asib said, Daze, surely they want a big end. Do we think that Drew Cody could headline, and that's where The Rock comes out, and then we get Randy heel turn? I don't think so, honestly, because I don't think we get The Rock coming out at the end anymore, because I thought that The Rock would come out and get involved with John. I didn't think that he would come out and get involved with Cody, because unless we're going to set up something for next year. I mean, I can't see anywhere that we're going to do Rock Cody in 2025. So it doesn't feel like we need to do anything with Rock Cody right now. If you want to build to Rock Cody for WrestleMania, then of course we've got lots of shows that we can build that on. I mean, we don't even need to touch that until early 2026. So I don't really see where The Rock fits in. I did predict The Rock coming out, but that's when I was under the impression that it was going to be John that was going to close the show, because that's what Joe Tessitore had kind of, implied. So yeah, now that he's not and he's opening, now I'm starting to think, no, I don't see where he fits. I mean, you can bring him out for Cody, but we're not going to be doing Rock Cody anytime soon, unless they're going to do it at Survivor Series. But I can't see that happening. I mean, that's a WrestleMania match. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to see where he fits in now. I think I like the Randy shout, though. I think your Randy shout's really good. I think Randy coming out and turning on Cody. But to be honest with you, I don't know that I would do that here. All of these things are possible, right? I'm not saying they're impossible, but I think that because Cody's been away doing a film, we've not been able to build this Drew match. So that says to me there's a good chance we run this match again, right? And so if we do Cody Drew again in say, Crown Jewel, that's where I think you could bring Randy out, and maybe then Randy turns. Unless, like, this is it for Drew. Perhaps he gets this one match and that's it. And then we bring Randy out and Randy turns on Cody. We are definitely going to get a Randy-Cody feud. It's just when. When do you do it? Do you do it soon? Do you do it WrestleMania? Do you do it SummerSlam next year? Like, we're definitely going to do it. There's too much opportunity and backstory to dig into. It's such a interesting feud. And actually, I think people prefer Randy as well as a heel. I think nice guy Randy is kind of done now. I think people would like Randy as a heel again. So I'm totally with you on Randy heel turn. I just don't know that I can say it's going to be now. Because I think that there's every chance that this is actually a feud with Drew and that we do a rematch against Drew at Crown Jewel, because this has had no build. It's had no build, has it? I mean, he's not been around. Actually, Drew and Randy have been feuding. That's what we've been doing in recent weeks. Those two have been going off on each other. You know, Drew is getting a WWE Championship opportunity, and to be honest with you, it doesn't even feel like it. It doesn't even feel like he's getting a championship opportunity. It's kind of had no build. So I sort of feel like if I was booking this, I'd want to give Drew another shot with a proper build, which then takes us to Crown Jewel. And then if you want to then transition to a Randy feud, which is going to kind of see out the year and start off the start of next year, then, you know, then we could look at it maybe at Crown Jewel. But not impossible. I mean, I'm certainly not sitting here saying, no, there's no way that's going to... It could happen. He could come walking down. You could get The Rock. I don't know what he would do. Maybe just tease him and Cody for Mania. You could get Randy, and maybe we don't do the Drew rematch. Or maybe Crown Jewel is set up as a triple threat. And so Drew's in the match, but he's got to deal with Cody and Randy. And so maybe it leads to a triple threat. I mean, what I did hear earlier was Triple H saying that there'll be surprises. There will be surprises for Wrestle Palooza. So trying to work out what those are. I mean, that could be like a Elia. It could be a Paige. Like, there's lots of ways that could be a Rock, could be a Randy to heel turn. There's lots of potential as to what those surprises could be. But, yeah, don't know. These are the kind of thoughts that are swirling around at the moment. Super Pinky said, can you do a poll on AJ kissing Becky Lynch? Do we think that will happen? I can do a poll on that. I don't think the four-way kiss is going to happen. She did say, though, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get in the ring. So she could reference that, you know. She could, like, if she knocks Becky down, she could sort of, like, look around and smile at the crowd and just give... I don't think she's going to kiss her, like, passionately. But she could give her a kiss on the forehead if she knocks her out. And then people will be like, oh, she said the other day in that interview that they could do a four-way kiss, and there she is giving her a kiss on the foreheads. So she could do something cheeky like that. I actually don't think that's impossible. But there won't be a four-way kiss. Hannah said, Daze, hi, I've got ESPN, and I'm able to see that first Wrestle Palooza special. It was interesting. But what else is announced? Maybe US title invitation. I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. What else is announced? Do you mean for Wrestle Palooza, or do you mean for tonight? We've already done a breakdown of tonight. Wrestle Palooza has got 5 matches. There is a chance of another being added, of course. Word on the street is the match they had planned is not going to be on the card now. Whether they add another one last minute, don't know. You know, they could move the Sami one. The Sami one could be that it doesn't really get going, and they could move that to tomorrow. I don't know that you need 6 matches, personally. I'm quite happy with it being 5. I think that 5 is a nice, good number. I think that you can get a good 2.5 hours out of, which is perfect. I don't know about you. I don't like these AEW shows that just keep going and going and going, right? I don't need that. Get in, have the event, keep it nice and tight, get the pace working. 5 matches is enough across 2.5 hours. I mean, you would expect that on a Raw, to be honest. Whenever we watch Raw, and that's about 2.5 hours, you tend to get about 5 matches. And that's fine. I mean, obviously for a show like this, there's less promo segments, backstage segments, but what that means is that the matches get the breathing room they need. And so it means that each match can actually have some time. So, I don't know, if they squeeze another match in, fine, no problem. I'd imagine maybe it'll be the Sami one, might end up getting moved, or yeah, as you say, Sami could do another open challenge on Saturday. I personally don't feel like I need it. I think you're just chucking some on for the sake of it. We've done other shows that have only had 5 matches. In fact, a lot of the takeovers back in the day in NXT that Triple H used to do, they were only 5 matches. Triple H has got a history of just running with like 5 matches. So certainly when he was at NXT. And a lot of B shows are like that kind of 5-6 range. So yeah, I don't see it as like a desperate issue if that's what we're talking about. Quite happy to run with what we've got. Wrestler Andy said, what if Drew wins? That could be a big surprise. The Rock could even help him win. Well, that would be a surprise. I really am not expecting. I think Cody's actually the biggest favorite on the cards. I'm pretty sure Cody's like minus 3,000 favorite. People are just not expecting that. So yeah, that would be a big surprise. Swifty said, I think you give WWE Creative more credit than they deserve. Oh, this always happens, yeah. I think WWE Creative is, underwhelming, honestly. I think the fans come up with better things than WWE Creative do. And so this happens a lot, where the fans get quite excited. I mean, how many times do you see those videos of here's 8 potential surprises? And show after show after show, there's never that many surprises, right? Sometimes you might get 1 surprise. Sometimes you don't get anything, right? You don't get any returns. You don't get any surprises. But people love talking about what potential surprises could we get? What potential swerves could we get? That's like a big thing that fans love kind of getting their teeth into, which I understand. Why fans enjoy that, like, just thinking about things in a slightly different way. But to be honest with you, you are correct. When you've watched wrestling for as long as we've watched wrestling, you do sort of default to, you're probably going to get 1 or 2 things, right? Maybe for Wrestle Palooa, they could give you a bit more because it's such a big, important show in regards to it being the first on ESPN, right? So, maybe they are going to go as big as they possibly can. Maybe they will do something dramatic. Perhaps they want to make a big statement, right, on this show. I do think this show was meant to be a B show. I think they're now trying to find a way of like, how do we inflate it to a B plus A minus type show? They are trying to make this thing as big as they possibly can. And who knows? It might be why they picked up the phone and called Brock. AJ said that she needed a reason to return. She needed a reason. And apparently when they reached out to her and said, look, we've got this show on ESPN. We think you could be a real needle mover. We think you could be the difference. You could be the person that helps really get this over the line. She found her reason. That's what she was waiting for, actually. Don't just bring me back because I'm a big former star. Let's have some matches. Why am I coming back? What's the purpose of me coming back? And that was the purpose. Was for Wrestle Palooa. So apparently this was part of the vision that was sold to AJ and part of why she returned. So clearly they're, trying to make this as big as they possibly can. So, yeah, I don't think there's really any silly suggestions. If you sit and think how big Wrestle Palooa is and how big they're trying to make it, and it's the first on ESPN, and then earlier today, Triple H is like, expect surprises, right? Expect a spectacle, yeah? He's like trying to do everything he can to get people to give this show a chance. They want non-wrestling viewers tuning in, okay? They want this thing to be seen, and they want this thing to make noise. So genuinely, and if you take one headline from the past 10-minute conversation, 15-minute conversation, 20-minute conversation, if you take one headline away, I don't think anything we've spoke about, anything that's been proposed, I don't think any of it is stupid. I think you could get The Rock. I think it's less likely now they've moved the Cena match, but you can find alternative places for him, like him and Cody, like Hasib said. So I think The Rock is an option. I think Randy is an option. I think even Drew winning the title is an option. Like, these are things that they could do. And that's a little bit what makes wrestling so hard to predict, because it's just a load of people in a room that can do whatever they want at the end of the day. There doesn't even have to be a rhyme or reason. If they want to, just for the sake of it, put the belt on Drew as a shock, there could be no indicator that that is what's going to happen. There could be no rumor that that's what, and they could just do it. And yeah, to get the exact reaction they want, which is one of surprise. And if that's what happens, it would be a big surprise. And that would be the reason for doing it. I know a lot of people would afterwards be like, but how does this make any sense? Cody only just won the belt. You're taking it off him again. Like, what was the point in putting it on him in the first place? It's like, well, the point in putting it on him was because he was the right guy to carry that belt when John retires. And the reason for taking it off him is because they want a big shocking moment, and no one saw this coming. So yeah, I don't think that's stupid. Honestly, I think that that could absolutely happen. But you are right. I think we do give creative more credit than they deserve. I would go in with your expectations low. Don't go in thinking we're getting The Rock. Don't go in thinking we're getting these big swerves and these big shocks. Like, be surprised. Be like, let whatever happens, like, affect you emotionally. That's what they want, and that's what it should do. To be honest, it wouldn't really be very fun if we sat here, worked out the whole show accurately, and then that happened and we'd just go, oh, that's predictable. Do you know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't be very fun. So they do need to kind of throw in a few swerves. What it's going to be, we're not sure. Right. Harry, hello, shout out to you. Jay said, will there ever be a WrestleMania in London? Yeah, I think there will. I don't think that I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I think London has got to bid, and I think Saudis are bidding now for Mania. They want Mania, and they're bidding big for it. I think Vegas is bidding big for it. I don't even know that London would be able to compete against Vegas, honestly. I mean, look, it was going to go to New Orleans, and then Vegas came in and outbidded New Orleans, and so it was switched. And I don't know how much money that was, but I just think London... I think Sadiq Khan, the London mayor, honestly thought that he would get WrestleMania by just sort of like putting his hand up for it. Like, maybe there'd have to be the odd concession or whatever, but by and large, I think he was under the impression that as long as you put your hand up and say, I want to be in the running for it, they'd come and meet you. You then basically have a chat with them, work a couple of things out, and boom, done it, right? I don't think he thought that it was going to require millions and millions of pounds to get it to come over here, right? And certainly not the money that Saudi are spending on it, right? And I don't know how much Vegas are spending, but I bet that's even more than what London was thinking, right? And to be honest with Sadiq Khan, he's not incorrect. If you go back in the history of WrestleMania, you could have got it for not much. I mean, it was just a normal bidding process. It's just that since TKO have come in, that whole side of bidding has gone crazy. That whole bidding thing is now a big part of the business. Before, it was just a bit of pocket money. Before, it was just a nice little boost. It was just, we got a few million for WrestleMania being held here. Like, that's good. But, I mean, you know, it wasn't really anything. Now it's, like, sizable, you know? Now, so I think London will get it eventually. But unfortunately, London, as with other cities, have got a massive problem. And that problem is you've now got to bid against the Saudis and Vegas and other places that are so desperate for tourists. They are just literally, their lifeblood is tourism. That's it. They need shows. They need people coming to their cities. London doesn't. Do you know what I mean? London's already got, like, I think 11 million people that live in London and people that fly in all over the world to see Buckingham Palace, the, you know, Tower of London, the blooming, whatever, Big Ben. You know, I mean, it's one of the great tourist cities anyway. I mean, WrestleMania is a drop in the ocean. It doesn't really do much for London, to be honest. You know, it's a nice little boost, but it ain't going to have this massive economic uplift. It doesn't like, London wouldn't even notice. I've said this before. Like, think of all the nights that Wembley sells out for concerts. Oasis, Taylor Swift, right? You have all these acts that come over and they do Wembley. Wembley in the summer does all these concerts. And, you know, like, it does a lot of football games, England football games, women's England football games, you know, tournament finals. Like, Wembley's a very busy stadium. Like, getting WrestleMania for 2 days, selling out Wembley for 2 days is not a massive deal. And certainly if you then look beyond, like, London's home to 11 million people. It's one of the biggest, most tourist destinations in the world. I mean, what economic impact does WrestleMania have on London? I mean, so it's got to weigh up, like, how much does it even want to bid? And I don't think it ain't going to want to bid anything stupid. So I think it gets it. But yeah, the Saudi thing is a real problem at the moment. I just don't know how anywhere is going to compete with Saudi. Honestly, if Saudi want Mania most years, I just don't see how they don't get it. I think we might be witnessing the start of WrestleMania having a bit of a permanent home in Saudi. That's the concern, because Saudi have just got the money and no one's going to match that money, and TKO are not going to turn that money down. And I could see it being a case where you do 2 years in Saudi, 1 year somewhere else, 2 years in Saudi, 1 year. Like, I understand that WWE are going to look at it and go, "Ooh, it's not great if we do it there permanently. So we can't do every year in Saudi. So we are going to need to do Vegas. We are going to need to do New Orleans. We do need some US Manias." But that just makes it even harder for London, doesn't it? How does London fit into that if Saudi gets a good chunk of the next 10 Manias? I mean, even if Saudi gets 5 of the next 10, like, that means there's 5 for the US. How's London going to get one of those 5? So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't expect WWE to go away for the next 100-odd years, right? I don't foresee WWE closing its doors and that's it. So will London get Mania? Yeah, I feel good that it will get Mania. The fact we're even having this conversation says there is a demand and an interest in London having Mania. So I think it will get it, but I can't see that being soon, because I don't see London bidding and going up against the Saudis, and I don't see anything other than Saudi dominance over the next 10, 20 years. That money will run out eventually, though, right? That money will run out eventually, and when it does, you know, will people just be will Saudi be a tourist destination and we don't even think twice? In 20 years' time, will people just be going to Saudi the same way they used to go to Florida? You know, will Saudi just be the tourist destination for the world where people go and you don't even think about it? It's just, where are you going? Oh, we're going to Saudi, going to Riyadh. Oh, that'll be nice. We went last year. We took the kids. They loved it. Honestly, so good. So you'll have a great time. I mean, maybe in 20 years it's that. And maybe WrestleMania just fits very comfortably there. Yeah. That is a glimpse, a potential glimpse into the future. Carr said we should try and bring SummerSlam then to the UK. Yeah, not a bad shout. Superstars has changed since 92. Penta, Phoenix, Chad Gable. Yeah, SummerSlam's not a bad shout. And do you know what? I think WWE are aware of what we have just said, right? Not aware of what we've said, but they were already aware of it, yeah? And I think this is why there is a lot of talk of Wrestle Palooza genuinely being a big show that's going to stay now. So I think they're looking at SummerSlam being a show that can really be a big show for America. Same with Wrestle Palooza, which feels a little close to me. I mean, you've got SummerSlam in early August, and then you got Wrestle Palooza at the end of September. Just feels a bit too close. I don't know why they've done that. Maybe SummerSlam moves. Maybe SummerSlam goes July, and that sits a bit better in the middle. I mean, if you think about it, if SummerSlam moves to July, WrestleMania in April, then you've got B-Show May, B-Show June, SummerSlam July, B-Show August, right? Then you've got Wrestle Palooza at the end of September, right? So it just kind of gives it a little bit more leeway, right? Just a little bit more leeway. I mean, if you ran it early June, then you'd have most of June, you'd have most of September, as well as August. There would be a bit enough of a gap then, right? So I wouldn't be shocked if they just rejig things just a little bit. Just, you know, you've got basically the start of summer, early April, right? Kind of, we're in spring, but summer's not far away. Then you've got bang in the middle of summer, which would be July. And then you've got the end of summer, which is kind of like the end of August, where we're kind of in autumn, really. But you are maximizing that window, right? 3 massive shows, bang, 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 right? So, yeah, okay, Saudi have got WrestleMania, but we've still got these two. We've still got these two that we can have in America and in London. And, you know, we got SummerSlam, we got Wrestle Palooza. I think that I can sort of see the vision. I can sort of see what they're trying to achieve. And then, of course, just before WrestleMania, you've got the Rumble. And just after Wrestle Palooza, you've got Survivor Series. Those two shows, still big. But they obviously are kind of outside of that summer window. The one, well, I think both really would technically be winter, wouldn't they? I think even the Rumble at the end of January is like winter. And certainly Survivor Series is winter. So you've got those two. And then you've got the 3 that are kind of in that window where you could do stadium shows. You can do a stadium show for Wrestle Palooza. Obviously, we do stadium shows for WrestleMania, and we do stadium shows for SummerSlam. So make those 3 as big as you can. So yes, I mean, I still think London will get WrestleMania eventually, because I think that I think WWE hopefully is around in 100 years, 200 years, and at some point it will get it. I just don't think it'll be soon. But yeah, maybe there is a chance for London to have Wrestle Palooza, or for it to have SummerSlam as it waits. Henry said, Daze, I'm back with Roxy. We can't wait for a great show. Henry, shout out to you, bubs. Nathan said, Daze, I would love for July for SummerSlam. 4th of July would be amazing. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I like that as well. I mean, look, we know the build this year was rubbish for WrestleMania. And what was the one thing Triple H kept telling us, was the problem? He said it wasn't the European tour, even though I think it was. He said it was because of how late in April it was. He said having it that late in April meant that it gave them a few more weeks builds, and that was a real challenge. I think that's a load of rubbish, but that's what he said. So have early April back then, yeah? And then hopefully that gives us a better WrestleMania build, because I was told that was the problem. So have early April. That means you've got the rest of April, you've got May, you've got June, then you've got early July. Love it. I agree. 4th of July, somewhere around that weekend. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Then you can do SummerSlam. Then you go August, where we don't have a big show. We do a B show. You go, but I mean, it can still be a decent size show, right? Because the kids are off. So you can still go pretty big, pretty fun, and do something good there. Then you've got, so you've got most of July, you've got August, you've got most of September, and then right at the end of September, just like we're doing now, Wrestle Palooza. And we do Wrestle Palooza as kind of a way of saying thank you to the summer, you know, a big send-off. I mean, hopefully everyone's had a great summer. They've gone places, gone to festivals, gone to gigs, met up with friends, gone to the beach, right? Had a lovely summer. I think we all look forward to summer. I always look forward to summer. In winter, tend to stay in a lot more. But summer, hopefully everyone's had a good summer, and Wrestle Palooza can be the big kind of blow-off as we head into winter, and we head into towards like the holidays and Thanksgiving and Christmas and all of that good stuff. So yeah, I don't mind that schedule, honestly. I don't know that that's what they're, I feel like that's what we're looking at, but yeah, for me that would work quite well. And then it's just a case of making SummerSlam the biggest show you can make it. I think taking it 2 days was the right move. I think I would also move Wrestle Palooza to 2 days because I would want this to feel as big as SummerSlam and as big as WrestleMania. So I would look for this to be a big deal. So listen, Saudi could get Mania, and then SummerSlam and Wrestle Palooza go around the US, and these are your big shows. And if I'm WWE, why do I not want the Indies to be around? Why do I not want this to feel as big as Mania? I absolutely do. I want this to feel as big. I'm not trying to hold the show back. I'm not trying to make this feel small because I don't want WrestleMania overshadowed. You know, any business would love to have 3 WrestleManias a year, you know? Any business would love to have, their kind of best-selling products multiplied, so that, you know, this is why, you know, if you've got a product that sells, you'll come out with, you know, a different flavor of it or something, right? So that you can sell that as hopefully as many times. So WrestleMania works really well, so why not go and try and go as big with SummerSlam? And hopefully if that works, then, you know, you try and go with WrestlePalooza. There is obviously an argument that you can have too much and it can water it all down, and, you know, you can get oversaturation. And I mean, that's something that needs to be looked at. But yeah, go swing for the fences. Yeah, see what you can do. See, you know, I don't think, honestly, I really don't think people would be bothered if we actually drop some B shows. I don't think people would be bothered. If we didn't do a show in August and July and we just did big WrestleMania, and then the next show after that is a big SummerSlam, which is like a couple of months later, and so we skip the June, we skip the May pay-per-view, and then maybe you even skip the August one and you just go from SummerSlam into Wrestle Palooza. You know, I don't think people would mind about that. And I don't know how much those B shows really contribute. The only thing I'd say is those B shows are maybe a good opportunity to go abroad. You know, we do a lot of international backlash shows, don't we? So, you know, I think I could imagine that you do WrestleMania, and then in May you go and you do Backlash in Puerto Rico, or you go to Mexico, or you go to Japan. I think you can do that, and I think that's fine, and I think that would be okay. But your next big show after that would be in June, and that's when you go with in July, and that's when you go with SummerSlam. And then, as we said, you could do another B show in August, maybe international, maybe Canada or keep it North America, and then you do Wrestle Palooza. So I don't know what their schedule's going to be, but I can see the vision and I can see what they're trying to achieve if they want Wrestle Palooza to be another big show. I just think they got to respace it a bit better. Daze, another Khan, Nick versus Tony versus Sadiq for the rights to WrestleMania. I think Wrestle Palooza will stay for a long time. I think it'll go all out better than AEW's all out. I am pumped for that Italian PLE, says Benny. Aaron said, I've got a genuine question. I don't watch NXT, but I tuned it on Tuesday and I did love it. What is the difference between the quality of NXT and the main roster? Is it the match quality? Yeah. I think I think there's a couple of differences, actually. I think that there is some better storytelling in NXT. I think that it's a big benefit for them to just be in the same building each week. So I think what happens is they do the show in the Performance Center on a Tuesday, and then they can sit down in the Performance Center, right? Same area. I think they're where they train and where they have meetings and everything is, I think, the same building, actually. And I think the training is maybe just a few doors down. And so basically it's the same place. I mean, you can go to home in your own bed, wake up and go back to the same area to do NXT, to do your training, to get your feedback, to take your classes. It's all in the same place. And so that means that there's no messing around with travel. There's no travel days. You know, think about the main roster. They have a couple of days off. Then they have to travel wherever the show is. And so by the time you're actually getting to sit down and actually talk about what you're doing on the show, like, you're very close to the actual show. There's not loads of time to have your input or to think about how you're going to execute something. It's just you got to do it, and it's go. I feel like with NXT, because of the fact it's in the same place the majority of the time, there's a lot more breathing room, there's a lot more collaboration, and so as a result, I think the stories can be a little bit more compelling. I think that you can really dig into things a lot more. We do a lot more kind of off-site shoots as well. Certainly with like Tony and his restaurants, we've kind of gone away and done that. When we had Fallon and Briggs and Jensen, they were kind of had a bar, and we would go off there. When Kiana was around, she had some offices, so we'd go there. When Carmelo was around, we used to go to the barber shop quite a lot. Actually, I would argue that's probably all been dialed down a little bit. But if you look at Blake Monroe, she's been doing like her little vignettes of her at home in the bath. So, even Blake Monroe's been getting those kind of little vignette moments, right? So I think that with NXT, it's got the ability to just invest a little bit more in that side than what we've been seeing in 2025 for the main roster. But then match quality as a result has been a lot better as well. And I'll tell you the other difference. NXT does regular house shows. So we've been seeing a lot of matches that have been taking place on NXT get taking place on house shows. And that means that they can work a few things out, which means that the match quality is better. I really think the big problem with the main roster is you get given what you've got to do, you get very little time to prepare for it, and you have to go and deliver it. And really, it's about killing it first time. That's the main roster. So the main roster is, here's the script, here's what we want, here's your promo, here's your match. Go and do it. And you've got not lots of time to prepare, and you have to go and do it. And it's sink or swim, right? In NXT, I think there's a lot more time to prepare. I think there's a lot more kind of back and forth collaboration about, how would I do this? What do you think? I think they would do it this way, because they don't have to travel. And so they've got a lot more time to actually spend digging into it. And as we said, because of the live events that they run in the Florida area, they can even work on their match quality, and they can work on their matches in advance. So all of that results in NXT, I think, being a more satisfying brand. I think it results in that brand and the match quality of that show being much better. I mean, Tyler Breeze, he could have been like working with Ethan Page, and they could have been going through spots for quite a while before actually doing that match, because, it's nothing for Tyler Breeze to be around the Performance Center. And, that's where Ethan is as well. And so they can get together and they can work some stuff out harder on the main roster, and things are moving as well quite quick on the main roster. So like Sami, for example, how much time is he going to have had to prepare for Carmelo? Because last week he had to work with Rey Fenix, and the week before that he had to work with John Cena. And so, it's a lot more difficult. So this is what we argue all the time when people get a bit frustrated with NXT talent. So NXT talent look brilliant in NXT for the reasons that we've just said, and then they go to the main roster and people are a bit impatient. They want the NXT version of that person on the main roster. They just want the person they saw that was brilliant in promos, brilliant in matches. They just want that person on the main roster. But there are so many challenges and reasons as to why that is not possible, and why it takes a time and a process. I mean, anyone that's done it, anyone that has managed to leave NXT and just immediately be as compelling on the main roster, I would argue are the minority. And I would also say is an exceptional talent that clearly knows their characters very, very well and has been able to adjust very, very quickly. The differences between main roster and NXT are just huge. Just huge. I mean, like, just imagine how tired you would be getting up early, traveling, sleeping in a hotel, getting ready to go to an arena, getting, your script that you're going to read through. What's your promo? How are you going to deliver it? You haven't got much time to work that out. You do the show, back on a plane, go back home, couple of days rest, another plane journey, go into a different place. Plus you've got media commitments that you probably don't have for NXT. I mean, that compared to going back to down the road to your own house. Do you know what I mean? It's just a world of difference. And don't forget, a lot of the main roster stuff is international now. So it's not even a case of getting on a plane and going to a different state. It might be going to a different country. Think about how they have them do things in Mexico. Look at Chelsea Green. She's popping up in Mexico. She's doing the European tour. She's going back to NXT. She's popping up on SmackDown. They've got that girl going everywhere, right? And so it's hot. It's tiring. It's draining. It's different. So I think this is why, when I see people like talking about Stephanie and Julia and being frustrated that they're not using them more, and I do struggle with those conversations, because I think they are still getting settled. I think both of them are still trying to figure out how this works. Who do I go and speak to if I've got a problem? Where do I get? Who's my producer? How do I fit into the women's locker room on the main roster? How do I rent a car? Where do I get my rental car? Who am I riding with? Who do I ride with? Like, do I journey on my own? Like, actually getting settled. It's like, to be honest, if you start a job, I mean, I used to work in retail, and there was a rule of thumb that, if you started at a new shop, right, and you worked in a new store and maybe you ran a section, the rule was that you wouldn't really judge that person and what they were achieving. You could obviously see along the way, but by and large, that's not going to really be their section until like 6 months in. It's going to take about 6 months. So, for example, if there was someone running the games section, video game section, and they left and we needed a replacement, you'd put the new person in. Well, they haven't ordered that stock, right? The way it's merchandised might not be correct, so they might need to re-merch it. They've not built up any relationships with any customers, and there's like all these little things that's going to take a long, long time for them to do. And by and large, you wouldn't judge them for months and months and months. And the rule of thumb was you're not going to get the full picture until 6 months in. So that's in retail when you bring someone in to actually run a new department, right? And obviously that is just something that might have been for our business. I'm not saying that's a rule of thumb for every business, but that was a little bit of a rule of thumb. That was something that was taught to me when I was working in retail. If someone comes in and runs a department, it's going to take them months for it to be their department, for them to put their stamp on it, you know? And I think the same is true with NXT. I don't think you can judge first match, first week, first month, 2 months. I think it takes time to get settled, to find your feet, to find your groove, to see how your character translates to the main roster, who you ride with, how you fit into that locker room. I think the fact that Julia is carrying a mid-card title and Stephanie this weekend is going for a world title is amazing. I really struggle with the Julia Stephanie conversation about how they've been buried. I just think people want to see them wrestle a bit more, and that is such an easy fix. It's an easy fix. I think getting them settled is a challenge, and I think that's a lot of behind-the-scene work that you lot don't see. I think there's a lot of things that go on that people don't see. And I think that is it's a bit like the duck that's on the water, that's moving around, very serene, but under the water, there's all that going on, you know? I think there's a lot of that goes on in WWE. So there we go. Aaron, thank you. Very good question. Very interesting. I want to get to the super chats. We need to get to the super chats because there's a couple that have come through. So, Debbie, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Johnny said, baby oil expired. Still no members only. Spicy days. I have no idea, Johnny, what that means. But, Johnny, shout out to you. WrestleBuzz said, Daze, you're the GOAT. I'm excited for Palooza. Bye for now. Yeah, it should be a fun weekend. Honestly, the card is okay. It could be stronger. I really do think this was a B show that they've pumped up to try and make as big a deal as possible, right? I think that this is a B show that was just going to be in an arena for 10, 12,000 people. And then I think all of a sudden they found it being the first one on ESPN. And all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, we need to make this a massive deal now. And so they're trying to desperately pump it up and trying desperately to make it as big of a thing as they possibly can. So yes, let's see how that goes. Obviously, our first Wrestle Palooza. And yeah, match card looks okay. As I said, I don't really feel like I need anything else to be added. I'm all right with what we've got. Wrestler Andy said maybe Drew winning the title could be the huge surprise for the show and could kick off the ESPN era. Cody changing challenging for the title would be good, and it would then give him a third reign. You could be correct. Honestly, I don't have any reason for saying why we wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have any reason for why that would be a bad idea. The only thing I would say is it would mean that Cody has had a very short second run, and I don't think that's something Triple H does, but that's what makes it the surprise, isn't it? That's what makes it the surprise. It's a surprise that you go in and giving Cody such a short run. So I think yes, Cody is going in as a massive favorite, and I think that could absolutely throw people off if Drew gets the victory. I've got a bad feeling they'll let Lesnar beat Cena and then they'll rematch. It depends if Cena gets a call out or not after the match, since Cena doesn't have many dates left, says Japai. Well, I don't think they will. I mean, I think they have kind of billed it a little bit as one and done. I'm not expecting there to be the rematch here. And honestly, I don't know what Brock does after this. I mean, I think they have a Brock problem in the sense of I don't think I'm alone in feeling a bit uncomfortable, a bit uneasy about him being around, right? I don't know that he is guilty of anything, as I said earlier, but it doesn't stop me feeling a bit like disconnected. That's the best way I can word it, yeah? I just don't care about this match. I'm not interested, right? If it got cancelled, great, not bothered, right? I'll watch it, I'm not offended to the point where I'm not going to be tuning in, right? So for me, it's one of those, I don't know what you do with Brock after this. I mean, I just don't know. I really don't know. And I find it so hard to gauge where the wrestling community is, because you sit and listen to when he comes out and it sounds like he's getting some cheers. His music hits, and, you know, certainly at SummerSlam there was a pop. There's no denying that. When his music hit, there was a reaction. And when he came out the other day, I was listening very carefully, and I could hear, I think I even said, well, I can't detect any boos. So, you know, I can hear like some cheering. It wasn't overwhelming. You know, it wasn't anything that loud, but I could hear that there was more cheers than boos. And then as soon as the music stopped, he got booed out the building. As soon as they cut the music, all these boos started raining down. And then a very loud, very audible, "You suck" chant started breaking out. And you go, what's going on? I'm like, what is this? How is it that I can't hear any boos? And I mean, maybe like the music drowned it out, the boos. I mean, I don't know. Are we getting into like frequency levels and stuff? I don't know. Does a boo sit here, and does the theme music sit here, and it drowns out the boos? So they were actually there all along. You just couldn't hear them because of the music. But when the music stops, bang, there they are. I don't know. I mean, we're getting so in depth now that it's like, I don't flipping know. I just don't know how people are feeling. I mean, what I can tell you is that there are people online that don't give a flip, right? That's fine, right? And if that's you, it's fine, right? You don't care. You just want to watch the wrestling. I get it. I understand. There's enough going on in the world. You don't need extra concerns. Do you know what I mean? There's enough going on in people's lives. They're not interested in, you know, what's happening in other people's lives. Just, I want to watch the wrestling, and that's it, right? I get that. But the problem that I have is that you can't expect me to care about a match if I don't have that kind of connection, you know? I have to care about the people that are wrestling in order for me to be connected to the match. If you got two people on the street fighting and I didn't know them and I didn't really care, I would watch them, right? Because, you know, there's something to do in it. I mean, if people are fighting, you're going to watch. I can't imagine you're not going to watch. But, I mean, I don't care who wins. I don't know who these people are. I don't feel like an emotional connection. I might be worried that someone's going to hurt themselves or something like this, but like I ain't rooting for anyone. And so, you know, if in a fight you've got like a friend that's fighting, that's different, isn't it? If your mate gets in a fight, that's very different, because all of a sudden you're emotionally invested. Now there's a face and now there's a heel. And so all of a sudden, like, you're a lot more involved. You're a lot more engaged. To be honest, Cena Brock feels a lot like two strangers fighting that I'm not bothered by. I mean, I'm not even rooting for Cena. You'd think I'd be rooting for Cena, but I just think this is a waste of a Cena date. I just think he should be facing someone else. And to be honest, whether he wins, whether he loses, it doesn't make any difference. Just move on. Just whatever. Whatever they've got him doing tomorrow, I'm going to watch it. And if he wins, great. If he loses, great. Don't give a flip. What do we do next? That's what I'm focused on. What next? What are we doing at Crown Jewel? If it's a Brock Lesnar rematch, then I'll be like, oh, God. What next? What are we doing at Survivor Series? And that's how I'll personally feel about it. So, not crying about it. It's not something that I'm like protesting, right? You're not going to see me, throwing my toys out the pram or anything like that. But I just don't care. I'm just not connected to it. I'm not emotionally invested. So, I don't know. They've said one and done. I'm going to trust that is true. Leo said, why do we think Triple H is picking and Sean is picking? Who Triple H is picking and Sean is picking for War Games? I don't think there is a War Games, but that was just a fun little moment at the start of NXT. So William Regal is known for he's got a little catchphrase, which he can't really use that often, which is War Games. And the reason why that's a catchphrase for him is because when we first brought War Games back, William Regal, he said War Games in such a passionate way. People were like, oh my God, that was so sick. War Games is back. And like the way that William Regal said it was so great. Everyone was like buzzing about it. And it became a bit of a meme. It became a bit of a catchphrase for him. And so every year when we would do War Games in NXT, William Regal would like build it up. Yeah. There's only one way to sort this. And he'd look around. And everyone would wait for him to say it the way he says it. And it became a thing, right? So that's why on Tuesday, we did a fake little fight between Shawn and Triple H where they started to just have a little argument, right? And then William Regal came out. He's like, there's only one way to sort this. Yeah. I mean, it would be like having Teddy Long come out and saying you're going to go one-on-one with The Undertaker. You know, that was a Teddy Long line. And so, you know, it doesn't mean they're actually going to go one-on-one with The Undertaker, but it was just a line that he was known for. And so we did a fake little fight with Shawn and Triple H. Out comes William Regal. He's like, there's only one way to sort this. And everyone's like, oh, he's going to say it. He's going to say it. War Games. Yeah. That was it. That was the end of it, really. Because then they just bring out Alexa and Charlotte, and they're like, I don't know why you lot are fighting. It's the women that have been the backbone of NXT. And actually, you see Triple H and Shawn like, yeah, she's right, actually. And that was the end of the little moment. So, yeah, no War Games on the way for those two. Blumming out, Triple H's heart wouldn't cope. Carr said, Daze, WWE should book Rey Fenix more, and WWE should definitely put Dragon Lee with Grande Americano in a mask versus mask match. Taker 1990 said the best PLE for 2025 are Elimination Chamber, Evolution, and SummerSlam. WWE wants us to pay $29.99 for ESPN, with us not knowing if we're going to get shiz PLEs. Thoughts? Well, $29.99 is obviously an expense that WWE know is an extra expense. And so what I think is going to happen going forwards is I think that the PLEs are going to have more effort put into them. WWE, I think, reacts to the market. And it reacts to its situation. And the situation it finds itself in is that if you're going to pay $9.99 a month for the network and you're going to get all the back catalogue, right? And you're going to get access to every show, including WrestleMania, SummerSlam, blah, 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 for $9.99 a month. The belief there is we don't need to stack the PLEs like we've done before, because people should just, for $9.99, be subscribed and be happy with all the old matches, the fact they can watch every PLE. I mean, I think it's hard for people that were not watching before the network to understand what life was like. And what life was like for wrestling fans was rubbish, because every show was pay-per-view. Every show you had to purchase individually, and many people would just skip the B shows because financially it was not worth their while buying them. They would buy Rumble, they would buy WrestleMania, they would buy SummerSlam, but a lot of those B shows people would be like, not sure. And WWE had to work quite hard to get those B shows to be shows that people didn't want to skip, didn't want to miss. You couldn't afford to make any of the pay-per-views bland, boring. You had to make them feel like they were must-watch, because they were charging, I don't even know how much in America, right? But they were charging a pay-per-view price for each one, and it was not $9.99, right? It was normally around, $30, $40, $50, right? Depending on the show, of course. So every PLE carried a price like that. And so what happened when the network came along was all of a sudden it's just $10 a month every month. and you get access to all the shows. I mean, you would have spent probably $70, $70 on WrestleMania. So for $120, you're getting Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam, the B shows, the back catalog, the exclusive content. Like, you're getting everything for $120 a year, right? And you was probably spending more than that just on WrestleMania, Rumble, SummerSlam. I'd say almost certainly you were spending more than that just on those 3 shows. So all of a sudden, now you're getting all of this. And so WWE's mindset was, we don't need to put everything onto the PLEs anymore. PLEs, we build up to them, but we don't need to make them absolutely unmissable because, well, NXT lives on the network, right? Main Event lived on the network. I think 205 Live was there as well. And there was exclusive content like Edge and Christian Show and Swerved. And there's the Broken Skull sessions and documentaries. And I mean, there was just for $9.99 a month. There was no need to not be subscribed if you was a WWE fan, right? So the business changed as a result. And that's why you started to see less getting put onto the pay-per-views. That, even when the network went away, continued with Peacock. Peacock just became what the network was. Wasn't as good, but you got all this extra content for what, $9.99 on Peacock. You would get all these other TV shows, wouldn't you? Films, TV shows, whatever it is that Peacock carries, right? You'd get all of that for your $9.99, and you'd still get all the PLEs. So I think where we've been is a very different place to where we're going. Where we're going now is ESPN, $29.99 a month, right? That's a big expenditure a month, $30 every month. That's a lot of money, and WWE know that. WWE are aware of that. Now, I don't know the percentage, but when this deal was first announced, there was about 50% of people in our community that already had ESPN, okay? About 50%. That was not a big sample size though, right? So real rough numbers. But so you're probably talking about 50% of people that are now going to have to subscribe to it. And some of those won't, because they won't be able to afford it. And I understand that, right? I would flipping hate to have to spend $30 a month every month to watch the PLEs. And so WWE are going to know this. And so I've got to think that this means that the PLEs are going to be, I don't want to say bigger, but are going to be noticeably improved, right? But it is going to be a gamble. And there was plenty of shows in the past that people didn't enjoy. There is absolutely no way of guaranteeing that you are going to enjoy every PLE on ESPN, right? In fact, I'd go as far as to say you won't. I mean, they tried to make WrestleMania as great as they could this year, and people were not fans of it. If you look on Cage Match at the average score of WrestleMania this year, it's like 6 point something for both days. I mean, it just was not a well-received show. And that was, I mean, they had no reason to make WrestleMania rubbish this year. It's just, it didn't land. Sometimes there's so many moving parts, there's so many performers, there's so much for things to go wrong. There's so much potential for things to go wrong. There's so much potential for it to be a case that, people put in bad performances, or for Stone Cold to go driving his blooming little thing into the barrier like he did. Or the other year where Shane did both his flipping quads or whatever, and that botched it. I mean, there's just so much scope for bad matches, bad segments, things to not connect. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it isn't. Yeah. If you're a wrestling fan, you're going to be willing to take that chance. That's what it comes down to. If you are a pro wrestling fan, a WWE fan, you're going to tune in come rain or shine, good times or bad times, because I've been watching since the early 90s. I've seen the business when it's hot. I've seen the business when it's cold. I've seen everything in between. But you still watch because you still you still love wrestling, and you still have that hope that things are going to improve if they're bad. And if things are good, you have the hope that it's just going to stay this way forever, right? So that's what you watch. I mean, there's no guarantee the show's going to deliver. The only thing I'm going to say is where we've been is different to where we're going. I think there is going to be a lot more put into the PLEs because WWE know about the price. And I think that you can have confidence from that, but there is no way of guaranteeing PLEs are going to be delivering going forward. No way. You only have to look at WrestleMania as evidence that they can easily get it wrong. But if you're a wrestling fan, you take that chance. Netforce said, here in America, pay-per-views were normally like $50, $60 a show. $10 more for HD. Oh, I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that it would be like $10 more for HD. $60, $70 for Mania and an extra $10 on top for HD. Do you know, it's so crazy to think about where we've been that actually... This is going to be controversial, right? But actually, I don't think it's that controversial because the numbers do back it up. $29.99 ain't that bad. I mean, you've just heard me read out what Netforce just said. Pay-per-views were normally $50 to $60 for a show, and you'd spend $10 more to get HD. So $60 to $70, and then WrestleMania was another $10 on top of that, right? So that's going back. I mean, things going back are meant to be cheaper, right? We're all like talking about food costs and how expensive food is right now compared to how much it was. In wrestling, it's actually the reverse in the sense of in the past it was more expensive, $50 to $60 a show back in the day. Now it's $29.99 a month. It is cheaper, even with this ESPN deal. I still don't love it, right? I still don't love it. I don't even pay it, and I'm still on your side not loving it, right? Because we've come from a $9.99 price point. I mean, we've come from a price point where, yes, it was crazy expensive, and then it went bang. And so, I mean, if you weren't around when the network launched, I mean, hopefully this gives you an idea as to why it was so loved. Why people so loved it. There was grumbles because I do think the PLE quality dropped, but there's just nothing but love for the network. People miss it, now it's gone. I miss it, now it's gone. And we went from that crazy pay-per-view price to just $9.99 a month every month, whether it was WrestleMania, SummerSlam, a B show, Rumble, didn't matter, $9.99 a month. And it was amazing. And even when it went to Peacock, you know, kept that $9.99 price point. Maybe it went to $10, $11, but you get it, right? It's only now that we've gone to ESPN and it's gone like that people are obviously upset. But where we were to where ESPN is still a decline. So I don't know if you can take comfort from the fact it could be worse, but it could be worse. And don't forget as well, back in the day with those pay-per-view prices, you weren't getting anything else. You was only spending $50, $60 to get the show. Whereas now with ESPN, you pay $29.99. You've got basketball, baseball, all the other stuff that ESPN carries. So it's better in that regard as well. Not only is it cheaper, but you get all the other stuff as well. So it's where you want to benchmark it, really. Do you want to benchmark it against the 2000s? Or do you want to benchmark it against the network? Benchmark it against the network, yes, we're sad. Benchmark it against the 2000s. You're eating quite good. You're still eating quite good. But it's not fun to focus on that, is it? It's much better to kind of be like, this sucks. Because it does suck in the sense of, you know, $29.99 in this economy is a lot of money for people to spend. I'm not abandoning you. I'm still agreeing with you guys. I don't like it. I don't think it's right to kind of ask people to be spending that much. Certainly, you know, as we said, with how hard it is at the moment with food costs and cost of living and everything. But it is, if we do have a proper conversation about it, we have been in a worse place. Big Time said it's true, but how did we go from $9.99 to $20.99 in 3 months? Now I'm spending $90. That's triple the price. Yeah. as we said, if you want to benchmark it against the network, then it's SADS. If you want to benchmark it against Peacock, it's SADS. If you want to benchmark it against the 2000s, you're in a better place. Both of those things are true. So there you're benchmarking it against Peacock, and you're like, I only had to spend 30 for 3 months. Now I'm spending 30 for 1 month. And it's like, yeah, that's how numbers work. Like, that is true. So, yeah, I mean, there's not really a conversation to be had. It sucks compared to where we have been recently. But it still is true that if you go back further, it's still much better than where we were before that, right? And for many of you, you've already got ESPN, so you don't have that extra charge. You're spending it anyway. So I don't know what percentage we're dealing with of people that are struggling. I hope that people, one way or another, can find a way. Because there is the VPN route and the Netflix fix, if you will, UK Netflix, whatever. I know that there are people that are looking at going that route. So I'm hoping that there's going to be workaround. And once we've got into this and it's kind of settled down, then, of course, you know, people will hopefully find a way of viewing the shows. But the reason we got into this is because ESPN came along with 1.6 billion and went, can we have your PLEs for the next however many years, 10 years, whatever. And that's how we got where we got. You know, I think it was $325 million a year that ESPN have paid. And Peacock had the opportunity to match that so that it would stay on their platform, and they could not go that far. The word I heard was they went 275. So 275 a year was the max that Peacock were willing to pay, and ESPN came in with 325, and so they got it for 325. That's why we've ended up where we've ended up. Wrestle with Andy said, I remember when I had to buy WWF magazine to find out what had happened on pay-per-views, and I only got videos about a year after they happened. Do you know, I did that. I mean, I did that in regards to the videos. There was quite a few shows back in the day where I just got the videotape when it came out, got it for a birthday, got it for Christmas. That's what a lot of my presents were when I was young, was like videotape. And even they were expensive. They weren't cheap. Even those were like really expensive, even to like just buy it on a videotape. So yeah, oh God, I miss the network. It was so good. We had to stay up late every night, so we deserved it cheaper, said James. It's true, yeah. It's true. We do benefit from that. When you hear about the pay-per-view prices in America, it is crazy. I am really grateful that we have not lost our minds on that yet, but I do think that it's coming. You know, in the UK, like £20 is probably the max. I mean, at the moment, there's things that have gone $24.99, $29.99. I don't think I've ever seen a PLE or a pay-per-view go over $29.99, and that's only recent as well. So I think by and large, the pay-per-view prices for us have been very reasonable. I think a lot of them were around $14.99 back in the day. Seem to remember that price point, $14.99, which is probably about $20, $20, right? But you've just heard in America, it was like more than double that. Your pay-per-view prices have always been, you've always had to spend more than us. You've always had to spend more. The amount of money the Americans have had to spend on WWE has always been, not when it comes to merch, and I don't even think when it comes to ticket prices, which is really weird, but when it comes to watching the shows, like pay-per-view prices, that's always been more. And even now, where we don't really have like pay-per-view prices, but there's like monthly subscriptions, you're still spending more. You still get charged more than we do over here. It's crazy. I'm very grateful, obviously, that we're in the situation we're in. I just wish that our American friends could benefit similar. Who knows? Who knows where it ends up? Obviously, we've seen a lot of change over recent years. And I think that change will continue. It's just such a shame, isn't it, that this Saudi money that they're getting does not ease the cost of watching the show. You know, they're getting so much money from Saudi Arabia, and they're getting so much money from their TV deals that, like, why is it that the cost of watching the shows is not reduced, you know? But it's just not how it works, is it? It just goes to the shareholders. It just goes to the wrestlers' pay. And, you know, it's you lot that continue having to spend more and more and more. Right. Daze, I don't know if we've touched on this, but what do we think about Ronda's comments? Oh, I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered, honestly. I think that Ronda is entitled to her comments, which is probably not a popular opinion. I think that there's a big difference between Ronda and celebrities. I think there's a lot of celebrities like Bad Bunny that get into a ring, and I struggle to believe that they are a threat. Bad Bunny is a singer, right? How am I meant to believe that he can cause a trained, experienced wrestler any kind of problems, right? Same with Pat. I mean, when Pat gets in, he's a football player, does a podcast show, right? I'm sure he's got a good running tackle, right? And he's got some athleticism, but he's a retired football player that does commentary and hosts a podcast now, right? How am I meant to believe that he is going to out-wrestle Gunther? Do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not, am I? I'm not going to believe that. And so, for me, I look at these celebrities that come in, be it from certain sports or be it even worse, musicians. I think musicians are the worst, right? They come in, and I struggle with that, as people know, right? Ronda, very different. I mean, Ronda Rousey is legit one of the baddest women on the planet. Probably not so much now. I think the MMA world has very much passed her by. But you go back a good, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. I mean, she is legitimately someone that if you're a female and you go into a ring with Ronda, I don't think you're winning. And, she is someone that could rip arms off. She was doing arm bars and all that stuff. I think this is where the real world meets the professional wrestling world. And this is where people have got difference of opinion, right? Some people are like, she's a terrible professional wrestler because she didn't have the showmanship. She didn't have the flair. Yeah, she didn't have the pizzazz. She didn't have the promo skills and things like that. And so in a lot of people's eyes, she sucked and she didn't belong in wrestling. And so she got a lot of hate. And then I think she's actually come out and responded to that negativity, right? And I think that's where her comments have come from, because they've come from, you only have to look online and see the reaction of wrestling fans to Ronda. And she's basically responded to that, right? It's not her comments came first, the fans respond. It's the fans trash Ronda for bad promos, bad matches. Ronda responds, right? So for me, I'm not bothered. I think certain wrestling fans provoked it. And I think she fired back. And unfortunately, what that does is it kind of means that she goes off on even those fans that weren't negative. So those fans that were negative about her, she's basically gone off on those. But unfortunately, by going off on wrestling, you kind of drag in all those other fans that weren't being negative as well, right? So it's a really bad look. I don't think she should have done it. I don't think it's helped her in any way. And I don't think she should have said what she said. But it doesn't bother me. It doesn't change my opinion of her. I don't find her to be ungrateful or anything along those lines. I just think that there was a lot of negativity, and you can't tell me there wasn't. I saw for my own eyes online and the reaction her matches were getting, and I think she's reacted. I think she's responded, and I think there's another school of thought though, and the other school of thought is that wrestling is meant to be like what Jim Cornette wants it to be, which is kind of like realistic. It's kind of like, I want to tune in, I want to see the best, yeah? Jim Cornette wants everyone to be huge, jacked. Like, he hates the small-looking guys, right? Because they don't look like wrestlers. They don't look realistic to him, right? He wants the big, badass guys that are going to chuck people around, right? Well, Ronda fits into that world. She might not be big like Brock, but she is legit. Like, you put her in a ring, and she is going to rip people's arms off. She can take them down with the judo throws, grab a hold of arms, and, you know, kind of mess girls up. She's a badass. She is a badass. She's legit. I'm more in that school of thought where I don't care what her promos are like. Make no difference to me, right? In fact, I think WWE let her down by not putting her with Heyman. Heyman should have been her mouthpiece. It doesn't matter. Why are you trying to take the baddest woman on the planet, and why are you trying to, at this late stage in her life, turn her into a pro wrestler? Like, her skill set is that she can mess women up, and she is legit, and everyone knows it because she's a former UFC women's champion. So why are you trying to make her into something she's not? Just don't try and get her to cut her own promos when we don't have to. Give her Paul Heyman, right? Don't put her in like really long matches. Like, put her in like short things that are going to just, you know, show off what she can do. I mean, she was in that mixed tag match and she looked great at WrestleMania 34. They made her look really good and people were full of praise. And then they went and overexposed her, put her in situations where she couldn't shine as bright because she didn't have the skills. And, you know, it kind of resulted in the fans going off on her. She's now responded and, you know, we are where we are. So I don't care if my opinion is not popular. My opinion is she was legit. And actually, in the world of wrestling, this is what we do want. This is what we want. We want people that, you know, you have those people out there that turn around to you and go, you know, wrestling's fake. Yeah? You know, wrestling's fake. You know, why do you watch wrestling? You know it's fake. It's kind of nice as a wrestling fan, if you want to. You can turn around and go, yeah, but so are movies, right? Or you can turn around and go, well, yeah, but so are certain TV shows, right? That's fine. You can give that answer. But it's kind of nice as a wrestling fan to turn around and go, why don't you go and say that to Brock Lesnar? Yeah? Why don't you go and say that to Ronda Rousey? Let me know how many limbs you come back with, right? How about you go up to those people that are legitimate badasses and would rip you apart? And how about you come back and let me know how it went, yeah? Because I tell you now, there ain't no one going up to Brock Lesnar that's going to be flipping saying stuff like that, right? Because they'd fear for their lives. And you show me a female that's going to go up to Ronda and badmouth wrestling. If Ronda had been accepted, and if Ronda had been appreciated, and she was on wrestling's side, she could have been a great ambassador for this sport that we love, this entertainment that we love. She could have been a really good ambassador. You know, rather than her throwing stones at wrestling, she could have been on our team throwing stones at people that had issues with wrestling. She had a great relationship with Roddy Piper, and she went to Roddy and said, can I use the Rowdy name? It would mean a lot to me. And he gave her his blessing. And there really is an appreciation there, I believe she has. But I think when the fans turned, that relationship broke down. And I think it's such a shame because I think we lost a really great ambassador. I think we lost someone that was legitimately a badass. I think what we kind of created as a fan base was a wrestling hater when we could have had someone be a WWE supporter. And, you know, that's my take on it. I think it's just really unfortunate. I think it's really sad. I think it could have gone a lot better. And I wish it had. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, like, she shouldn't have said what she said. It doesn't bother me. I'm not offended by it. I don't cry about it. Do you know what I mean? I just think it's a shame it didn't work out. But I think they completely botched her creative. I think they absolutely botched her creative. I think they should have treated her so much better. And I think actually for a woman that did so much for women in sports, I think I can understand her frustration as well. I mean, she at one point, it's hard to kind of for people to know now, but she was such a big star. She was like on the front of Sports Illustrated. And I mean, she really was like the poster girl for women in sport with like Serena Williams. She was like massive star, and we ended up sort of just botching her and making her look like she didn't know what she was doing because she didn't. So that's my take on it. But we're not here for that. We're here for SmackDown. The Beach Kevin said US pays a premium because we don't have to watch in the middle of the night. That is true. That is true. Right, here we go. We asked the question, will AJ and Becky kiss? And yes, 51%, no, 49%. And actually, it turned out very close. That was over 600 votes. And it came out about 50-50. Honestly, I thought people would be like, what's this question, right? But as I said, I think because she said about the four-way kiss, and because Punk came out and went, I just want you to know that's not going to happen, she could give her a little kiss on the forehead as a little, I told you we could kiss. Right, here we go. We're backstage with Drew. Got the contract signing tonight. Halford said, NordVPN is no longer working for Netflix. Is that true? NordVPN no longer works. Hello. Guy with a bag just bumping into Chelsea. Chelsea and Alba going to be taking on Charlotte and Alexa. And there is Charlotte and Alexa. There's Carmelo. Sami Zayn taking on Carmelo Hayes tonight. There's Sami. He's got a Oasis shirt on. Definitely, maybe. He went and saw Oasis not long ago. But there he is with his Oasis shirt on. Okay, we're in Toledo. I don't know how many people this can hold. It doesn't look like loads. Okay, it's Corey and Michael. But yeah, apparently Wade Barrett back tomorrow for Wrestle Palooa. That's what was being reported. Do we think the Profits will break up? We touched on that. I'm leaning towards this could be the time for it, yes. Okay, Michael said Brock wants to do the interview right now, so I've got to go to the locker room. Okay, so Michael's going, making his way to the back. Brock's music hits. So is Brock coming out? This is all quite confusing, isn't it? Because Michael was going to the back to do the interview, but Brock's actually come out in front of the fans, which I was certainly not expecting him to do. So Michael was making his way to the back. He's in the entranceway. I mean, I can hear boos. Even with the music, I can hear boos, but I can hear cheers as well. Michael's confused. He's like, do you want to go back there or do you want to go here? Where do you want to do the interview? He picks up Michael Cole and... So he's carrying Mike. I mean, if he beats up Michael Cole, I don't know if I'm going to care. So Brock has got Michael. This is random, innit? Right? This is so random. Right now, Brock has got Michael. He's carrying him up the ring steps. He's putting him on top of the... Michael's getting all caught up in the ropes. Michael is being chucked into the ring. This was meant to be an interview. Right now we got Michael Cole down, like saying, no, is someone going to come and like make the save? We had R-Truth come out quite early at the start of the show. Yeah, there's loud Cena chants. Right now he's got the tie of Michael. I have no idea why. Okay, now Corey's getting in. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Right now, Corey Graves in there pleading with Brock. Oh, he's going to do an F5 to Corey! F5! Ah, Corey Graves! Corey Graves takes a bump! An F5 to Corey! What? Dude, could that have repercussions? Could Corey find his way back to the ring? Corey Graves taking a bump. I'm coming for bloods. Well, I think that's our interview done. So, Brock laying out Corey. He's going around on the outside. I don't know where Brock's going. The booking of this is really interesting. The crowd don't quite know what to make of it. I'm just left thinking, are we going to bring... Yeah, I mean, he's trashing the Prime hydration station. He ain't getting no booze for that. If anything, that's going to get a massive cheer. Brock's turned face. Brock has turned face. It's a face turn for Brock Lesnar as he destroys the Prime hydration station. He's grabbing... Is that Corey again? Another F5. Corey Graves laid out twice. And what does Corey do? What does he do? Not the hydration station. The hydration station just got effed up, mate. I mean, what if they do like Brock versus Corey? But I mean, why would you do that? Why would Brock and Corey make sense? It wouldn't. The fans are asking one more time. If I'm Corey and I'm lying there, I'm like, what? They're actually chanting one more time. Blow me now. The disrespect. I can hear people saying you suck, but there's no like loud chant. Brock Lesnar walks away. Well, I've got to say, a very surprising start to the show. Very, very surprising start to the show. They're booing because he didn't do it 3 times, said K-Dub. Yeah. Fans chanting one more time. That was pointless, said Scottish Nightmare. Well, I don't know where it goes. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, are they just trying to build up the heat? Are they just trying to make him out to be this monster that is out of control and hopefully John's going to control him? Or I don't know. I don't know what the thought process is. You could have asked me to have named 10 different ways that this show starts, and none of those 10 would have featured Corey Graves taking an F5. LS Dub said the angle should theoretically work, but the issue is the angle makes no sense in the context of the feud. It isn't that heated, and there hasn't been enough of an effort to make the angle fit in, said LS Dub. Denley said it was interesting, and Glenn said WTF just happened. JJB said Brock's always unpredictable. He is really good, says Man with the Red Face. 10 says Cena gets his 100th win. That's right, Gregory, actually. Yes, that is true. If Cena wins, then he does get his 100th PLE victory of all time. Puts him second on the list. Brony said, I'm watching WWE and I was entertained. I think the Open did its job. Benny said, how about a Brock Lesnar Michael Cole feuds? It's gone on for many years now. It's the best feuds in WWE. No, Bayley, Michael Cole is the best feuds in WWE. Danny said, I tuned in just as he was F5ing Corey for the first time. Can someone tell me what happened? Nothing. Brock was going to do an interview. We heard he was going to do an interview. I presumed that would be backstage. And as soon as Michael got up and said Brock wants to do the interview now, he got up, started walking to the back. Kind of felt like, okay, we're going to do that backstage interview we were expecting. But then Brock's music hit. Brock came out. Michael Cole in the entranceway was like, no, what's happening? Brock picks up Michael, walks around the ring, gets in. Corey Graves comes to Michael's aid, and then that's when you tuned in and he got F5'd. I mean, there hasn't been much in the way of kind of building towards this. It's just, I think it's just a way of just getting some heat, more heat onto Brock, the kind of good kind of heat onto Brock. Very interesting, though. Very interesting. Was not expecting any of that. So, yeah. I mean, I'd imagine... Well, I don't know. Is Michael out now, do you think? Is Michael going to compose himself and be able to... Well, we'll find out. Here we go. Corey's that Michael looks like he's going to compose himself, but Corey is down. Does Corey get replaced by Pat now? Because we know Pat's back tomorrow. They're just going to show a replay here, aren't they? I mean, there's no commentary because we don't have any commentators right now. So, yeah, we're just seeing this footage with no commentary over the top. Michael being carried around. We're just basically seeing what we just saw. Michael getting all caught up in the ropes was pretty funny. It's a short night for Corey, said Jennifer. It's a real short night for Corey. So, I mean, we've seen this. For those that may be tuned in late, I don't know. So they're saying that Corey is cleared if they want to do anything with Corey. I don't know. Does Michael call the rest of this on his own? There's no... oh, we're backstage. Here's Brock. Brock is backstage. Here's Heyman, Brock and Heyman. We should talk, Brock just said to Heyman. We should talk. I'm still processing what I just heard. We should talk. Well, I don't know what has happened to the shows, but the past couple of weeks, the shows have been a lot better, a lot more interesting. Right now we got Nick Aldis then. He is backstage. Usos are not here tonight. Yeah. So he wanted to know if the Usos are there. The Usos are not there. Michael's going back over to the commentary desk. I don't know what that woman's saying to him, like you're the man or something. How you doing, mate? Everything all right? Deep breath there by Michael. There's a Michael Cole chant. Michael composing himself. How many times are the flipping commentators going to get murked this year? Do you remember Gunther murking them earlier? I've been in the ring. I've been beaten up. I've been pushed around. I've never felt as helpless as I did just then. My friend John. I don't even know if my friend John is going to have the answers to my friends. Friend. He's my friend. If he was your friend, mate, he'd have come out and helped you. He'd be on his way right now. Friend. Brock Lesnar, F5s, Corey Graves. Right, wow, how long are we in? 16 minutes in. I mean, you got to say, that is a very interesting start to this show. Michael, trying to be serious, and everyone behind him just laughing. Well, Jay, I think it's the idea of Michael having friends that people find so hilarious. In my mind, I could just see him in catering going up to John going, we are friends, aren't we? And John's like, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. Would you say we're best friends, John? Yeah, best friends, Michael, you and me. Best friends, mate. Yeah, I'm best friends with John Cena. And then he goes around telling everyone he's John Cena's best friend. Okay, Women's Tag Team Championship match. It's the same friend that stripped him and poured barbecue sauce over him. Yeah, that one. Oh, that was just a friend thing that he did, though. Come on, Jay. Your mates have done that to you. So what's he going to do? Is he going to host this show on his own, though? All kind of joking aside. Excuse me if it takes a little bit of time. He's all over the show. Bless him. Right. I didn't like Charlotte, said Metal Mama, but she grew on me over a decade ago, and then again went through a phase where I was like, I don't know, but I am loving Charlotte, says Metal. Well, I think her partnership with Alexa has been fantastic. People are wondering if Brock now might form with the Vision for Survivor Series. I mean, I think what we've got here is we have definitely got a way forwards after Wrestle Palooa. I think we've definitely got a way forwards. Because I didn't know if after Wrestle Palooa we would just be done. That would just be it. Michael Cole said he's having flashbacks to what went down at SummerSlam back in 2014, and well, I mean, John did get absolutely murked in that match. The opening segment is funny with Corey selling. It was great. He murked Corey, said Wrestle Rants. Dirty Hippo said creative was like, how do we make Brock look tough after ripping his pants last week? Maybe have him attack the commentators. Okay, bell has sounded. We are underway. It is Alexa and Charlotte versus Chelsea and Elba. Okay, so I think the rest of this show is going to probably just be a pretty normal, pretty standard episode of SmackDown. Alexa is in. She goes over, lands on Chelsea. Shoulder barge there by Charlotte. Alba down. Alexa lands on Alba. Smile on the face of Alexa. Chelsea has got Alexa back in the corner. Tag being made. Forearm shot. Swing and a miss there by Alexa as she gets pulled underneath the ring. That was good teamwork by Alba and Chelsea. And Alexa, oh, that was quite nice by Alba. Alba just spun Alexa around, grabbed her head right into the ring posts. That was good. K-Dub said, building it up makes it seem like John has no shot and he's going to get murked tomorrow, said K-Dub. Steve said, I think whoever finally beats Charlotte and Alexa will be a big deal. I do think the last few women's title reigns have made those belts feel bigger than they have previously. Corey Graves is a John Cena wannabe. That's why he got F5 twice, said Danelle. Sean said the partnership between Alexa and Charlotte has done more to help transition Flair to face, which has historically been a difficult task. Charlotte is just a natural heel, said Sean. Cody Drew main event in tomorrow. Do you think we get a title change? Well, we were talking about tomorrow, weren't we? I didn't think they would have that as the main event because I don't think there's been much of a build, but historically, the WWE title should close out the show. Personally, I would have rather they had gone with AJ, but yeah, okay. I think that is going to make it a more competitive match. I do think whenever you put the WWE title kind of away from the main event, it does feel like you're probably not going to get the title change, right? Obviously, there's exceptions to that. But normally, if you just put it in the middle of the cards, a lot of people would look at it and go, I don't think we're getting a title change here. It's hard to see there being a title change and us then just carrying on with the show afterwards, right? Again, you can find exceptions. But, oh, is that, who's that? The Miz? Is that The Miz? Chelsea applaud him. It is The Miz. So The Miz is jumping up. I think The Miz will be good on commentary, you know. How does Corey look? And Miz is like, not great. I actually think The Miz will be really good on commentary. Miz said, I'm out here, but I wouldn't be protecting you. I would run. And if I'm John Cena, I would run. That's actually really interesting, isn't it? So, yes, are the chances of a title change increased now that main event's? Yes. Are the chances of getting Randy and The Rock increased? Yes. Because if that is closing the show, it puts all of that onto the table, doesn't it? Knee coming into the back there. They're just talking about Alba Fire at the moment. Miz says that Alba Fire has everything. I wonder if they're looking at this as something more permanent for the Miz. I wonder if this is a bit of a trial for him. Because to be honest, I don't know that The Miz is going to... Michael's talking, but I can't hear what he's saying at the moment. But I can see him saying something. Shot coming in there by Alexa. I think we're coming back from... are we coming back or going to? Or... Get that energy up, says The Miz. Yeah, so The Miz is out there and he's bringing some energy. Okay, right now, tag being made. Oh, no, Alba. Alba. Wow, that looked good. Alexa getting her face smashed into the ring. Big Time said, I don't know about you, but I'm not feeling Alexa, Charlotte. It feels a bit blah. I think people are into it. I don't think we've done much the past week or so with them to kind of add to the chemistry. Them just kind of walking out together doesn't really do a great deal. I like those TikToks that they've done. The one that I loved was... this is kind of good, though. Look, Charlotte really trying to reach out for Alexa. Tags made. In comes Charlotte. Clothesline. Down goes Alba. And again. No, I think they've got chemistry. I think people have really took to this team. I think there's probably been about a week or two where we haven't really done any like really fun backstage interaction. Could probably do with another one of those soon. But there was a TikTok that I really liked of theirs where Alexa was like, don't do the thing. And Charlotte was like, I'm not going to do the thing. And Alexa was like, don't do the thing. And Charlotte was like, I'm not going to do the thing. And then you see like Alexa and Charlotte pops up. And she's got her hair exactly the same as Alexa. And she's like, I did the thing. And we had that on Unseen. And genuinely, I thought that was really fun. And it's just those little moments that just show that they're like hanging out backstage with each other. And they're having fun with each other. And it's not just, you know, being forced. I don't think it is being forced, actually. I think those TikToks are really important. Because it makes it feel like they're actually friends. So maybe we could do with another one of those soon. Or like, you know, some backstage interaction soon. Or kick coming in there by Alba. Charlotte goes down. Daze, do we think this was just to write Corey off to bring the famous guy back, said Aseeb? Well, I mean, we know that Pat's coming back tomorrow. But isn't it football season? Isn't this the kind of time of year where he tends to go away? So, I don't know. I mean, like, it could be a way of writing him off to bring the famous guy back, but I actually think it's football season. I don't know that the famous guy is coming back. Oh, Alexa on her feet. Natural selection. Double natural selection. Charlotte, 1, 2. And she gets it. It's a win for Charlotte and Alexa. Let's get match scores. What people thought about that. Oh, did they have the wrong belts? It's funny, actually. We spoke about that on the Wrestling Escape Pods. Okay, here's the Profits. You've been together a long time. Your brothers. There's going to be moments where you don't see eye to eye. Okay, Dawkins, Montez. We're always going to be goods. Montez walks away. Dawkins. Here's Bo. Well, he's not going to help, is he? Oh, Montez grabs Bo. Rowan attacks both of the Street Profits. I don't know, something about that segment just didn't seem quite right. I don't know. What did Rowan use to hit them? I don't, he had his mallet. I don't know if he used his mallet. The segments tonight have been interesting. Maybe SmackDown is getting better with a season premiere soon, says Hannah. That was a very muted segment. Yeah, perhaps it was reaction. Perhaps there was no big reaction from the crowds. It definitely felt like something was missing. And you could be right. It could have been like crowd reaction, crowd noise. It seemed very muted. Yes, Iron Sentinel, I agree. Very quiet. Yeah. It did seem a little off to me as well, said. I think it was noise. Was the crowd muted or was there just no reaction, said Johnny? I think, to be honest, I think they might have put a bit too much into that segment. I think B-Fab saying, come on, you guys, you need to get back on the same page. And then having Montez put his hand out saying, look, we're always going to be good. Montez walks away. You focus on the look of Dawkins. I think job done. End of segment. I don't think it needed Bo to come in and then say a few words. And then for Montez to grab him. And then for them to be in it. I think we're over-egging the pudding. I think we're putting a bit too much into that there. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing the crowd were I'm guessing they were muted. I hope they were muted. If they weren't muted, there was just no reaction. No one seemed to care. I agree. Felt a little off. It was overproduced, said Buffalo Daze. Dean said, Daze, how was your day? I'm enjoying the stream tonight. Oh, that's good. Well, I mean, my day was okay. I haven't really done a great deal, to be honest. Still looking after the dog at the moment, so that's taken up a lot of my focus. So, yeah, really just getting ready for this weekend. Obviously, Wrestle Palooa tomorrow. It's going to be a lot for us to talk about. I tell you what this show is doing, though, for me, and we're half an hour in. It feels like there's something in the air. I don't know about you, but this already feels like a more interesting show than many of the shows we had on the road to Wrestlemania. This actually feels like a more interesting show. They are doing interesting things. You know, Brock comes out and lays out Corey Graves. You know, he didn't F5 Michael Cole. He F5 Corey Graves. Now, that might just be because Michael is too old to be F5ing, right? So you go with the younger commentator. But it could also be that this is a path to having Corey actually compete in the ring, right? And that would be really interesting. So we've had that. Obviously, we just had an okay match. That match was all right. I wasn't down on that, but Miz coming out on commentary was interesting because I do think that there is a path for him to be a commentator in the future. I actually think he's got a good tone of voice. He's very energetic. He's obviously got a lot of experience. I suppose in a way, a little bit like that JBL role, a little bit like the Jerry Lawler role, a bit like the Taz role, where you've been a wrestler and you can transition over to commentary and kind of speak from an in-ring perspective. So I think there's a way forward there. And of course, you know, as we said, decent match. Then, of course, we just had that segment, which might not have landed for all of us, but at least it gives us an opportunity to talk about why it didn't land and what they were trying to do with it and where it might be going. I feel like half an hour, there's been quite a lot that's happened, and there's quite a lot of interesting things that are going on. And that can't be said for every episode of SmackDown in 2025, so... Trini said, I've not enjoyed the Wyatt Six since their debut. I'm all the way checked out. I want to preserve the love I have for everything Bray, says Trini. Right, here we go. Look, we've got R-Truth. What is his little QR codes? I'm a tech guy. He's showing people how to use the app. Oh, God, it's an advert for ESPN app. Google Play, Smart TV. Put ESPN in and download. The QR codes. What if I live in the UK and all of this is irrelevant to me? AEW, 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 AEW. Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony Khan. Do you think he would do segments that cringe? He probably would. Oh no! Fraxium are getting murked! Fraxium are getting murked! Here come, yeah, it is chaotic. There is an energy about this show. Okay, Heyman's made his way out. Let's see what Heyman's got to say. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a shame that we did Fraxium like that. My name is Paul Heyman. Who? Fraxium? They remind me of the Usos. How? Okay, so we're getting a Heyman promo right now. We just had Michael Cole tell us where to find it. They didn't need to BS us like we're 7. Oh, they're regrouping. So right now we've got Fraxium coming back, but that was good. That was good. They gave him a comeback. That's good. It would have been a real shame if they just murked them and left them. So I like this. I like the fact they're giving Fraxium a bit of a comeback. Fraxium back in the ring then. So are we still going to get their match? Or is this going to be a match? Division versus Fraxium. So what was Fraxium out there for? Who were they going to be facing anyway? It's going to be Vision versus Fraxium. But who were they meant to be facing? Who's backstage right now going, I thought we were going out there. Okay, well, we've got Braun and Bronson now. Shh, it doesn't matter, said Blake. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, right, we've got... who's going to start us off then? Look, we got Braun and Bronson on the outsides. One of them's got to find a way of working out who's going to start this. Okay, Bella sounded, and it is Braun that has got into the ring. Okay, we got... oh, kick coming in there by Axiom. At least SmackDown's unpredictable, said Poke Slate. Yeah, well, it is very unpredictable tonight. I mean, look, I think it's good. I will take bad segments like we just had because, well, it's a talking point, right? I will take great segments. I will take interesting things. The one thing that you don't want is just pointless, boring match after pointless, boring match and just sort of the show just drift. Tonight's show, I'd say, is not doing that. I mean, as we said, 40 minutes in, there's plenty of talking points, be it good and bad. Nathan Frazier gets thrown over to the corner. Here's Axiom. Bron Breakker still in for the Vision. He catches Axiom, plants him down. Okay, we got Heyman on the outsides. Michael Cole's asking Paul, who are you talking to right now? Elbow drop there by Big Bronson. Crowd are booing. Bronson's in there right now. You can see on the case, he's got a Seth Rollins case. I wonder if that's his Seth Rollins phone. Seth's probably the front runner, of course. Someone tells me that this SmackDown is going to finish with more openers for tomorrow night. This is all over the place. Even Heyman commenting on Aldis's suit. It's all long-term storytelling, said Irish Sam. The show hasn't been bad, said Wrestling Russ. William said, Daze, we are getting all kinds of predicted surprises for Wrestle Palooza tomorrow. Should we ignore the nonsense? Keep expectations low. I would keep expectations low. Definitely. I think that tomorrow was meant to be a B show, and I think they have tried to find ways of turning it into a bigger deal. So I think go into tomorrow with low expectations. We know that they keep saying that Wrestle Palooza is a big deal. It's the first one on ESPN and all of that stuff. And there's lots of things that could go down, but we have no idea what it's going to actually be. And time again, the fans always seem to come up with better ideas than WWE Creative. So we've spoken about a lot of different things that could go down tomorrow. A lot of different things. So yeah, we're not going to get all of those. But just go in expecting or hoping that we get something. I mean, Triple H did say there will be surprises tomorrow. He said there will be surprises. So I think it's going to be a show that's worth watching. I think it's a show that I hope will deliver, of course. But yeah, keep your expectations low. Can't go wrong then. Bron Breakker picking up speeds. Great to see Heyman and Lesnar back on screen tonight. If we had said that a few years ago, I think that's the biggest takeaway from tonight, said Irish Sam.
Benny said, I expect more ads in segments like that in the future, especially with ESPN and Saudi and TKO. Yeah, a lot of that kind of that weird ESPN thing we just got. Sent on there by Big Bronson reads, I think we've just come back from a commercial break. Right now, he's got Axiom dragging. He's being dragged to the corner as Bron Breakker steps in. Bron Breakker throwing in a shot to the midsection. Heyman on the outside, liking what he's seeing. It's quite a good match in the sense of I understand why they're doing it. I understand why we haven't just booked it out of nowhere. And we know that Braun and Bronson are a big deal. I mean, to be honest, I don't need to see them on a Friday as well as a Monday, but whatever. Going over against the ropes. Drop kick there by Axiom. So, Axiom with a drop kick. Bron Breakker goes down. And, yeah, just, you know, a great way of showcasing Fraxium. I don't think they'll get the win, but hopefully they look good in the match. Miz isn't awful on commentary, said LS Dub. He puts over the wrestlers and the matches pretty well, but he's a bit overreactive and exaggerated at times. Yeah, I mean, this is his first time. He'll find a groove. Going up. Oh, drop kick there by... And a kick coming in again there by Nathan. Frazier up. Nathan, big splash. 1, 2. Kick out there by Big Bronson Reeds. Going up. Oh, roll through there by Nathan. Picked up on the shoulders. Oh! Jagged Edge connects by Big Bronson Reeds. He's going to go for the tsunami. Oh, lovely kick coming in there by Axiom. So Axiom making sure that Big Bronson Reed... Ah, that's a good spot. That spear is a good spot. And there's the tsunami. It's a good finish, actually. I like this finish. Fair play. I wish that Fraxium had looked better in the match. I don't think they had as much offense as I would have liked, but I do like the finish. There's a couple of good spots in there at the end. I don't want John Cena's announcing them as the winners. Okay, so Heyman says that the Vision are going to win at Wrestle Palooa. Usos on screen. Usos on screen. Okay, so you got a promo from the Usos. Welcome to the Uso Penitentiary, a classic Usos line. Some people in the background yeeting away. Counting zeros every day. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here is Nia Jax backstage. Nia Jax is live next. That'll keep the viewers around. Here's Cody. Here's everything you need to know if you want to watch Wrestle Palooa. Cody now giving us a bit of a public service announcement. Uso Penitentiary with some of their best work. Yes. Sign up for the ESPN Unlimited app. Download the ESPN app, and then you have got the show. Right. Daze, could we see Roman return to help the Usos? I don't know about his filming schedule. I know, obviously, that Cody is free now, but I don't know about Roman. Don't know if he's still filming Street Fighter or not. I think the filming's still going on. It's just that Cody's part is done. Roman might not be available. Do we think Jericho comes back after Cena Lesnar? Isn't he still under a deal till the end of the year? If Jericho is the surprise, that'll be a big surprise, because I don't even know that he's free. I don't even know that he's available right now. I mean, my understanding is that he's still under a deal to the end of the year with AEW, but it's just that AEW might not have anything right now for him, because they don't want to be putting him into stories and doing stuff if they don't know if he's going to be sticking around or not. So, yeah, I don't know. If we get Jericho, that would be crazy. That would be a bigger surprise than The Rock, because I just don't even know that he's free. Not tonight, Cody. I can watch. It's easy not paying. No $30 a month for me, said Danelle. It is on Netflix as well for people in the UK. That is true. This ESPN stuff only affects our American friends. I don't even think it affects our Canadian friends, does it? I think it is just our American friends. Do we think that John will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2026? I would think a bit early, honestly. I mean, I think everyone's waiting for Bray. And I don't know when we put Batista in, because Batista was announced ages ago and never went into the Hall of Fame because of the pandemic. So, to my knowledge, he's been announced for the Hall of Fame but never actually put in. So, I don't know. John, I think we can wait for John. I don't think there's a rush to put John in the Hall of Fame. Tonight's SmackDown so far has been wild. I'm loving the chaos, said Catherine. It has been chaotic, and I think you can see there's a real effort to make it chaotic. That is very much by design. Very much by design. Daniel said, I'm just going to watch Daze. I don't really care for SmackDown. I think it's been good tonight. I think it's been a better episode, definitely, than what we've been seeing. So, yeah, I think it's been good, honestly. I think it's been one of the better SmackDowns of the year so far. Not mind-blowing, not amazing, but I think it's been a really good, strong effort. What was Corey like as a wrestler in the ring? He was okay. I remember him being in a tag team, because he was a tag team champ in NXT. So, I mean, he was fine. He was like a pretty normal indie wrestler, to be honest with you. Wasn't like a crazy high flyer or anything along those lines. Wasn't like, he had a bit of a brawling style to him, and, you know, just a pretty standard indie wrestler. But he is someone that, I mean, God's over 10 years, is it? 11 years since he's been in the ring. So whether he's going to be returning, and, you know, whether he's been like, I mean, the ring rust would be insane. You'd have to put him in a tag match, wouldn't you? Surely. You couldn't just put him out there in a singles match. He'd have to be in a tag match. I don't know. To be honest with you, I think it's probably more a case that he is going to just be taking bumps because Michael Cole can't. It's probably more that than anything else. But it will be very interesting keeping an eye on if this leads to any kind of return. Hey, do you know what he could do? You could put him on a team for War Games. You know, it could be that Brock joins up with the Vision, and the people they go up against, like Corey, could be like that fifth person. Not because he's going to be like a big difference maker, but because for his own pride, he wants to get in there. And that would be a way of having him in the ring and protected, because there's obviously a lot of other people around to take the bumps. And, you know, maybe it leads to that. I don't know how long he'll be out for. I mean, whether he'll show up next week or not. Daze, I still don't think Bray Wyatt is Hall of Fame worthy, said Oppola. No hate, but that's just me. He wasn't in the company long enough and didn't really give much to the company, says Oppola. That's okay. That's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. I am going to Kissimmee in a few weeks, said Shaq Diesel. Have fun. I've stayed in Kissimmee. It's quite nice. You know that Chris Jericho could still make an appearance tomorrow. Stranger things have happened, said Suzanne. Well, honestly, I mean, listen, after Brock coming back at SummerSlam, I ain't saying nothing. Literally anything can happen. So, yes, you can absolutely have Jericho back. I'm just under the impression he's still under an AEW deal. That's the only barrier. Okay, here's Nia. So Nia making her way down to the ring. Jericho coming out at the end of tomorrow night. The original countdown would be Goosebumps, said Irish Sam. I agree. How about we do Corey and Cole against Brock and Heyman? They're planting the seeds, said Wrestle with Andy. Puppy Croc said Demolition, Cyndi Lauper, Shane McMahon, Goldust, Mike Chioda. They're all people that should go into the Hall of Fame. Brian said Shayna was surprising at Homecoming. She was, yeah. Heard today they're hoping she'll be a producer or something like that. We're just seeing last week Nia Jax hitting that Annihilator on Tiffany. Signing in the crowd said it's Tiffy time for Nia. Okay, this is going to take us into hour 2. You know what I'm sick of? I'm sick of being in this disgusting town, but that's not what she's sick of. Did I hurt your feelings? I'm sick of this women's division, says Nia. It's a weird choice to take you from hour 1 to hour 2, isn't it? I wouldn't regard Nia as being... the person you choose to do that. It makes me wonder who's going to come out. It's David. That is annoying. It's actually quite a good impression. I had to put her in a Tiffy timeout. That is true. She got replaced by Lyra. If I could trade appearances with anyone, it would be Jade's. Are we going to bring Jade out now? I tell you what, Nia's having a bit of fun out there. I respect this. And that Tiffany impression is all time, mate. I actually thought Tiffany had come out. She looks fantastic till she has to get in the ring. And then she gets annihilated by me. Are we setting up Jade's? Oh, it's Tiffany that's coming out. It's Tiffany that's coming out. Okay. Well, good to see her. Do you know what everyone's actually sick of? You. I thought Jade was going to come out. I haven't heard about what the latest is for Tiffany. No one wants you near this type. That is also true, actually. That is also true. It's Tiffy time. Tiffany looks good, said Chris. Jessica said, I wanted Bianca flipping hell. There's nothing you can do or say about it as she makes her way down to the ring. Okay, we've got some officials coming down going, don't do that. Don't do that. It's going to end badly for you. Here's Jade. A storm is coming. Oh my God, Jade's just murking these guys and making her way down to the ring. Jade's not waiting. Jade is looking to get him. We got more guys and girls. Blimey now, Nick, hold this out again. He's having such a busy night. Next week. Okay, well, there we go. So we've got to the triple threat match, but sadly, it's not going to be at Wrestle Palooa. It's next week. Next week. Triple threat for the Women's Championship. So, there we go. Tiffy time. Defends next week. So, yeah, it looks like it's not that serious of an injury. Jesus Christ. He's doing it again. We're doing it again? I mean, in all fairness, in the history of wrestling, this is the kind of thing we've done. Do you remember when they were trying to launch the flipping network, how often they would bang on about it and $9.99? It became Michael Cole's catchphrase. Just $9.99 a month. So, there is a history of WWE doing this kind of thing, right? If anything, we should be grateful they've not done it more regular. If anything, we should be grateful it's just now on this go-home show. But even people that have ESPN on our YouTube TV aren't going to get access. Yeah, there is no... YouTube TV is not... Okay, that can't be good. He's put his phone in the toaster. Right, here's Carmelo. Banger incoming. Carmelo taking on Sami Zayn for that United States Championship, and this should be good. Yeah. I'll sit through all the ESPN cringe adverts you want me to get to this match. There's Miz is on his feet, is applauding away. Carmelo. Jesus Christ, we might have found someone that's as annoying as Pat. But a lot more palatable. Okay, Carmelo makes his way down to the ring. Brony said, I'm guessing WWE is dropping the ball on R-Truth being somewhat serious. Feels like they're just giving him like a split personality, and now he's back doing the comedy stuff. Yes. Well, I think it's hard to book a serious R-Truth, to be honest. I think at this stage in his career, like, I don't know. It's just going to be really hard to book a serious R-Truth. People love comedy R-Truth. That's why they didn't want him to go, because they love him as the comedy guy. And at his age, he can do a lot of those backstage segments and not have to wrestle. I mean, his longevity as a comedy character can just go forever. So, well, until he dies. So, yeah, I think it does make sense to take him back to being the guy the people loved. Miz commentary is hilarious, said Jacob. The Ron killing stuff was just a handshake stipulation to bring him back, said LS Dub. R-Truth doing the comedy stuff is the main reason the fans loved him. To be honest, I mean, I've heard in interviews from R-Truth said that he wanted to be more serious. If he had one regret in his career, it's that he wasn't more serious and that he didn't like try a bit more to be, you know, going after world titles. But unfortunately, I think at this late stage, you have to sort of accept that that's gone now, that's done now, that's over now. Like, that's it. And so you've got to sort of accept that that's that. And I think, you know, they probably said, come back, we'll give it a go. You know, when he did that promo and cut his hair, that was fantastic. But there was just absolutely nothing to follow it up with. And I think without that momentum, you know, the momentum started to stall. He got involved with Aleister Black. And, you know, really that was just to set up Aleister and Damian. And we haven't had nothing else for him. And as that momentum stalled, you know someone just went, look, it's going to be better if you're the comedy guy. Which is probably just not what he wanted to do. I think he loves it. And he loves being in WWE. And he loves entertaining the fans. But I think he is going to forever have that little niggle of, do you know what? What if I had not switched to comedy so soon? What if I had just tried a little bit more to get more main event opportunities and to have been a bit serious for a bit more? Because the comedy stuff you can just do forever. But the serious stuff, that ship might have sailed. I think he has got that genuinely as a frustration, but hopefully he can come to peace with it and just come to peace with the fact that he should have lost his job, was going to lose his job. It's the comedy stuff that saved him and brought him back. And hopefully he can find a bit of comfort in that. And the money he's getting paid. Jess said, I look back fondly on R-Truth's career. He had nothing to feel bad about. He's done so well. He always brings a light-hearted energy, but can still wrestle well. But I get his what-ifs. Yeah, I get it as well, honestly. I get it as well. But, yeah, I have nothing to add to that. Daze, can we literally never fire R-Truth now? I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's probably a conversation about how much he gets paid, because doing what he does is probably not essential to the business. And, he is not essential to the business, but he does provide something to the business. Financially, if he was on a wage going forwards that was largely inconsequential to the business, was kind of like we pay him, I don't know, 400,000, something like that, 500,000, which I know sounds like a lot of money, but I think when you start on the main roster, you get 350,000, right? It used to be 250,000, but I read a little while ago that they had increased it. So, you know, I don't know how much is on now. I don't know how much is earning now. But if that money was to go down closer to what a starter would be getting paid, yeah, I don't know. There wouldn't really be a need to lose him, really. Wouldn't really be a need to lose. But if he's getting paid millions, then I think we've got a problem, haven't we? Because I don't know that... I mean, you can easily find someone else to do comedy stuff. Chelsea does it fantastic, for example. And, you know, you'll easily get a guy coming through that can do the comedy stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say he's never fireable, but there is so much love for him that people don't want to see him go. But who knows? He might get to a point where he wants to retire. He might get to a point where he wants to, like, walk away, you know? R-Truth is putting his phone in a toaster. What a silly guy. Very silly guy. Okay, they're just showing a replay of how this show started. With Corey Graves being chucked around. Drew winning the title tomorrow night. I can see it now. He is more active than Cody lately. Bigger shock. Must check the odds, said Irish Sam. I'm coming for blood, says Brock. After seeing how Brock is right now, it might be the last time we see John wrestle ever. I mean, it won't be, but... Let's pick up the energy, says Miz. So Miz said, as soon as he met Carmelo Hayes, one of the things Carmelo has always been asking for is to be United States champion. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-da ba-da ba-dum. Let's go, Sami. Let's put on a banger, shall we? Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum. Sami making his way down to the ring then. Really great match with Rey Fenix last week. Really great match with John Cena a couple of weeks ago. What's he going to do with Carmelo Hayes? A real talent. I think Carmelo's in a good place right now. If you actually saw him compete on NXT Homecoming, he looked good. He looked good in that match. I think he's in a good place. Sign in the crowd said, Sami eats corn the long way. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun. If Julia was a babyface, I would have loved her to have done a US Open challenge and then build her up on the main roster, said Dr. Luchalala. William, hello. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Shout out to you, William. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Goldberg is better than Undertaker, says Brony. Okay, we're just seeing a graphic of that United States Championship as we're about to get over to this match. Right, here we go then. Jimmy John's just getting a mention on commentary. Why are they talking about Jimmy John so much? Okay, Sami in there, spinning round, working on the arm of Carmelo. Carmelo goes down. We've got a Sami chance. Sami versus Carmelo. Leapfrog there by Carmelo. Duck underneath. Sami goes over. Lovely drop kick there by Carmelo. Sami over against the ropes. I mean, I think Sami's US title run has already been better than... I don't even know. I don't even know what run you would go back to. Shot coming in. But, I mean, he's already had 2 great matches. Cena and Rey Fenix. I fully expect this to be a third. Going over the other way. Leapfrog there by... lovely right hand there by Sami. Sami with Carmelo. Carmelo being thrown in the corner. Sami looking out at the crowds. Throwing down some shots. Sami goes to the outside. Carmelo coming over. Sami on the outside of the ring, looking to go through the ropes, but a kick coming in. Fade away. Middle rope. Leg drop. Beautiful. Love that spot. Love that spot. Carmelo smiling. Flashing the guns. Sign in the crowd said not even Carmelo's mom thinks he's him. Very good. Not even Carmelo's mom thinks he's him. Right, we've gone to commercial break and we have got Sami in the corner. Carmelo up top raining down some blows. Some shots coming down there by Carmelo Hayes. There's more coming on this SmackDown. I can feel it, said Irish Sam. Well, we're still plenty of time. I mean, we've still got 45 minutes to go. So, yeah, we have not... I don't even know what's going to close out the show. Is it going to be the contract sign-in? I'd imagine it probably is. Daze Goldberg is 1,000 times better than Macho Man, Hitman, Mankind, and many other so-called legends, says Opala. Nice opening stretch, said LS Dub. Lambo Bros said, can you shout me out? Lambo Bros, shout out to you. Taker 1990 said, do we think that the Universal Parks will have the Horrors of the Wyatt 6 next year? I would like to go this year, but I'm saving money for next year. I don't know how it works, so I would imagine it's probably going to be different. I'd imagine they change it every year, depending on kind of the big franchises. I mean, I don't really know how it works. I mean, do you have to bid to be one of the houses? I mean, I'd imagine you have to pay to be a house. And so, because they've only got like 9 houses, is it? Something like that. So, and it seems to be a big deal. I mean, I've never even heard of it, but it's been running since 1991. But then why would I have... Are they saying that? I seem to remember The Undertaker having one back in the day. But I didn't know it was something that they did every year. I don't even think I knew there was other houses. But I do remember The Undertaker having one back in the day. But yeah, I had no idea this was something that happened every year, or that they did multiple houses and all of this. So I gotta say, I think it's unlikely that they will have it again next year unless they've got some sort of different to theme it with. But it would just be the same house again, wouldn't it? And I don't know that they repeat them. Do we think King and Queen of the Ring match tournaments should return to TV? Well, they think they do, don't they? We do qualifying matches to get to the actual event, and then at the event we do semi-final and final. I've said before, for me personally, I would have everyone involved. I think it's hard to argue that you are king or queen if not everyone is in the tournament. I mean, you're basically saying that you are the best of the 16 people that entered and that's it. So, do you know what I mean? Like, for me, put everyone in. You can leave out the world champs, but other than that, put everyone in. And every match would matter as you work your way through a tournament. Might take like a month to get through it, but I'd be really interested in seeing how that went, you know? But WWE, I think, don't want to go that big with it. To be honest, the fact it even got brought back is fun. I like it. I like it. I'm a fan. And I like the fact the winner gets the title shot at SummerSlam now. I think it gives it more importance. Right now, we are back from commercial break. Matt Pete said, Wrestling Days, you're the #1 streamer, and it's not just me saying it. ChatGPT is saying it. Matt Pete, thank you. Well, we know, as we've said, ChatGPT certainly never wrong. So that just must be fact. Clothesline there by Sami. Brian said that Horror Nights used to be a blast until they got rid of the people that chase you with chainsaws. Oh. Okay, here we go. We're back from commercial break. Right now we got a chop coming in there by Sami. Carmelo in the corner as Sami rains down some shots. Carmelo in the corner as Sami throwing down these blows. We get that you guys can count, says The Miz on commentary. If you are just joining us, Corey Graves getting murked earlier in the night. Okay, looking for a... Oh! Tornado DDT by Sami. 1, 2. This thing's going to pick up now that we're back from commercial break. Now we can get into a different gear. So far, this match has been fine. I don't think it's been mind-blowing. I think we've definitely got levels that we can go to. I think it is good, though, that The Miz is so invested with Carmelo winning. Jumps over. Carmelo goes into the corner. Carmelo gets scooped up. Bah! Drives him down. 2. Oh, kick out by Melo. That's heart. That's grit, says The Miz on commentary. So a driver by Sami. I can't, was that a let's go Melo chant? He's got him up. Carmelo lands on his feet. Round the back. Sami trying to reverse. They're reversing each other. Carmelo against the ropes. Sami goes down. Carmelo comes in. Big knee. Get nasty, says The Miz. Sami's down. Carmelo goes to the outsides. Melo going up top. Big splash. Knees up by Sami. Knees to the midsection. Carmelo goes over to the other side. Is in position. Haluva. I don't think it connects. I don't think we're going to end the match now. It doesn't. Super kick. Super kick by Melo. Down goes Sami. Down goes Sami. Is that going to take us to commercial break? Commercial break. Jordan said, here's some more information. Undertaker had his own haunted attraction. It was called Undertaker No Mercy, and it was the Horror Nights in 2000. Jordan, thank you. Appreciate it, buds. Does everyone remember Leo 123 and how he would tell us stories about having his first girlfriend and going to McDonald's? Yeah, that was a blast. Rob, hello. Ben said, Daze, I don't think John is booked on any shows after Wrestle Palooa until Crown Jewel. I think his opponent will have to come out after the Brock match. Well, that match is opening the show, isn't it? So we could absolutely have that person come out after. But equally, you could have someone on the shows calling out John. John can easily just send a video message in like we just seen from the Usos, saying, you know, I accept and I'll see you at Crown Jewel. There are ways that we can get to it. So, yes, you could be correct. The next opponent for John could show themselves at Wrestle Palooa. Oh, my God. Amazing work there by Carmelo. And we're doing this during commercial break. What? Carmelo, kind of like a tilt-a-whirl, but going all the way around the houses, taking down Sami Zayn. Carmelo wants to see the replay on that. He thinks it's really close to the 3. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Forearm shot coming in. Chop coming in there by Sami. Final Boomer said, this just in. Dairy Queen has awarded Wrestling Days Scoop of the Year. Oh, coming from Dairy Queen, that means a lot. If anyone knows about scoops, it's definitely them. Sit down powerbomb by Sami. Carmelo kicks out. Oh my God, so much going down right now. We've got breaking news coming in from ChatGPT and Mayor Pete. We got breaking news coming in from Final Boomer. Sami and Carmelo have decided that the commercial break is the best time to bring out their best moves. And we're about 50-odd seconds as we're about to get back. Forearm shot coming in there by Sami. Shot coming back there by Carmelo. Sami has got Carmelo over against the ropes. They're exchanging forearms. Another forearm coming in there by Sami. Carmelo goes over the other side. Sami clothesline misses. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Double clothesline. Both guys go down. Sami down. Carmelo down. Crowd still really invested. And as we said, we're about 13 seconds away. There is a "This is awesome" chant that just is breaking. It's not full-throated at the moment, but it's there. It's in people's minds. Super kick coming in there by Carmelo. Sami Zayn goes back in the corner. Carmelo looking to get back up to his feet. He's going to charge in. Sami's going to grab him. Exploder. Exploder. Blocked. Blocked. Elbow to the back of the head there by Carmelo. Sami goes to the middle of the ring. Sami charges in. Put to the outsides. Slingshot over into a DDT. Edge of the ring, and Sami grabs his hand. Sami grabs his wrist. Carmelo goes up. Big splash. Connects. Connects. Hit on. Two. Sami. Shoulder up. Mate. We're all right, you know. We're all right. We are all right. If anyone wants to ask about wrestling, and if it's in trouble, the answer is we're all right. Things are all right. Big splash there by Carmelo. Sami getting the shoulder up. Melo in the corner with his arms outstretched. Melo is signaling he wants that championship, going for a double knees. No joy. Oh, he's picking it up. Blue Thunder Bomb. No. Sami down. Double knees. 1, 2. Sami kick out. Sami survives. Mate, love the Blue Thunder Bomb attempt. Couldn't connect with it. Carmelo going for those double knees. I think it's called the first 48. I don't know what all these flipping boomers call their moves. The fist double knees. First 48. Doesn't get it. Sami in there right now, though. Sami, no. Oh, a bit botchy. As Carmelo falls over, but Sami grabs him, picks him up. No. Reverse. Carmelo. Oh, into a cutter. Into a cutter. It's Carmelo that's on his feet. Coming off springboards. Ah! Leg drop to the back of the head. Fade away. Carmelo going up. Sami's quite a distance, though. He's got to go. Oh! In the corner. Bang. Big boot. Into a Blue Thunder. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. Sami wins. Sami wins. Good. Fun match. I think the Rey Fenix match might have been better. But listen, we said this is going to be around that 4-star mark. I think that just delivered. I think this is around the 4-star mark. Good. Fun. Miz is like, you think we want moral victories here? We want titles, not moral victories. But look, Sami keeps the belt. I think we all knew that he would. Carmelo down, looking disappointed. God, it's so lovely to watch a match with a clean finish. If nothing else, it's so lovely to watch a match with a clean finish. Hey, we've got Pretty Deadly. Kind of. Kit Wilson. Okay, we got Damien backstage. Do you know what? I think Elton Prince is out injured, so Kit Wilson being bumped around, chucked around, I'm all right with that. Damien, you are toxic. Oh, through the wall! Through a wall! Dance! He just put him through a freaking wall. Yeah, and a plasterer. I'm going to need medical. And a plasterer. Just put him through a wall. I thought he might push him over. I thought he might punch him. I didn't expect him to go through the flipping wall. Gods. No. We're going to look at a retrospective between Cena and Brock. Lived it. Right. Backstage walls are made of paper mache, said Leanne. It was a very thin wall. That is true. Reminds me of when Brock put Matt Hardy through a wall. Blue Thunder Bomb for a win. That's a surprise, said Dave. Well, he did sort of hit a haluva in the build to the Blue Thunder Bomb. He didn't hit it in the corner. He hit it like in the middle of the ring. Then he grabbed him, Blue Thunder Bombed him, picked up the victory. I think it's undeniably the best match we've had tonight. As I said, I'm not sure that it's as good as the Rey Fenix match, but it is still really good. Still enjoyed it. And honestly, this show has been, oh God, so much better than what we were getting earlier this year. Early Raw Smackdown in 2025, even mid Smackdown Raw, like, you know, June, July, August. It's not been a great year for the shows. I think everyone would say, but I feel like actually in recent weeks, I can't quite put my... I mean, like, I feel like in recent weeks we've had the Sami Open Challenge, which has really helped. So, like, Sami doing his open challenges, I think, have helped over on SmackDown. AJ Lee being in, I think, has really helped over on Raw. And obviously, Wrestle Palooa, them really trying to make this out to be a massive deal, is kind of helping as we're really trying to build this show up as being somewhat significant. So it's just been quite good, I would say, better than it has been recently. So, yeah, optimistic, hopeful that we might have turned a corner. Maybe the creative team have just flipping worked it out. They just have now understood how to book matches and book shows. So, yeah, good. Irish Sam, this is excellent for a go-home. And this was a second brilliant go-home. So hopefully this continues. Sami matches have been the best thing on the show the past few weeks. Especially the quality of the match, said Robbie. The show has at least it's been boring. Oh, what, Trini, you've not... Oh, not been boring. Oh, I thought you were saying it had been boring. I thought you weren't feeling it. Where's Zelina, said Jess. Don't know. Probably doing some Twitch stream. Dr. Lucha Lala said Road Dogg has finally figured out how to use ChatGPT. Perhaps it's that. Perhaps what's happened is Road Dogg has been using Grok all year, and actually Grok is not proving itself to be very reliable. You know, Grok, you know, we know that it's been getting a few things wrong. And so perhaps he's just switched to a much better AI model, and he's getting a much better show as a result. It does make a difference, I promise you. Apparently the Google one, Gemini, is meant to be the best, you know. I saw a ranking of the best, and apparently it's meant to be Google's is the best right now, but even better than ChatGPT. Perhaps he's switched to that. Perhaps he's using Gemini. Don't know. If he is, keep going. It's working. It's much better. Right, Daze, I've started melting chocolate onto crumpets, and they're like a lower calorie donut. Andy, I don't think you needed to lose any weight, but I mean, I've met you in person, but, and I mean, I didn't look at you and think, oh, he needs to lose a bit of weight. Yeah, I didn't think that. I think it's good if you're looking after yourself, but make sure you get in your veg. I know Scottish people are scared of vegetables, right? I know. But make sure you get in your veg, right? I don't think man can live on chocolate crumpet alone. Yeah, mix it up. James is saying creative is feeling very oozy. I went from 168 to 161 in 3 weeks. Well, that's good. But I don't think 168 is a problem, is it? I mean, Jesus Christ. Cruiserweights were to 205 or below. You're sat very comfortably at 168. I mean, do you know what I mean? Are you getting jacked? But can you get jacked on crumpets? I don't know. I just worry about you, that's all. I just worry about you, yeah. Robbie said Scottish people are some of my favourite people. Leanne said I need to lose weight. I have got too much good living in the sun for 7 days. Just switch to crumpets. That's the secret. That is the community tip. Switch to crumpets. Glasgow chicks are legends, says me. Who is one, says Leanne. Oh my God, we got a lot of Scottish people that join us. Wrestle with Andy, Leanne, Scottish Nightmare, and of course, the King of Scotland, Edward Fast Hands Brown. We were just talking about the movie Trainspotting, said Tony. Love that film. Literally one of my favourite films. Daze, I'm going for the Miss Clown physique. I'm aiming for 155. Well, to be honest, buds, I mean, you could have a chat with Miss Clown, but I don't know that he would say that crumpets are the secret to his success. I think you got to be pumping that iron, haven't you? Hey, you got to be putting in that kind of work. Scottish Chris said, I'm Scottish. You can tell by my name. Yes, but do we believe you? You might just be calling yourself Scottish Chris so you can get involved in the conversation. Yeah? We're on to you, Scottish Chris. If you was really Scottish, you would have some sort of Scottish flag as your profile picture. And you don't. See? I am from the UK, said Dean, and I am here with my friends in the community. Dean, shout out to you. You're my favourite crumpet. Irish Sam said, I just had a toasted sandwich. I had tea with 4 cheeses, ham, corned beef, and with a time out much better than a phone in a toaster. Sounds nice. Benny said, WWE is basically saying, eat your vitamins, say your prayers, and buy ESPN for the show. That is exactly what they are saying. The Beach Kevin said, I've watched Braveheart once. Does that mean I'm Scottish? Yes. That is literally how it works. UFC looks weird, said Scottish Nightmare. UFC looks weird. Scottish Chris said, I swear I am a Scottish lad. Well, that's what someone trying to convince us they're a Scottish lad would say, isn't it? It's not looking good. Final Boomer said, in America, if I dip an English muffin in chocolate, I can lose weight. I don't think that's what's been... No one has said muffin. Crumpets and muffins are 2 different things. You need to understand this. Yeah? Think of a McMuffin, right? That's a muffin. But a crumpet is not a muffin. Yeah? I can show you what a crumpet looks like. A sexy English crumpet. And I'm not even talking about this guy, right? Talking about these guys. That's what we're talking about. Look at these guys. Love you. Look at these, yeah? These are the crumpets in... Look at that. Oh, mate. You could just start an OnlyFans and just show pictures. Oh, you filthy crumpet. You're filthy, aren't you? Oh, I bet you want me to eat you, don't you, Crumpet? Oh, you filthy animal. Look at it. Mate, people say English food sucks. And we are starting to build up quite a healthy defense. You know? We've already got banoffee in there. We've got English breakfasts in there. Yeah? And officially, we are putting crumpets in there as well. Crumpets also go in the collection for the defense that English food is not as bad as people keep making it out to be. Yeah? Exhibit A, right? Lovely. Mate, on a Sunday, a lot of great English food is stuff that you just can't be bothered to cook. Do you know what I mean? If you can't be bothered to do a meal, you have beans on toast. If you can't be bothered to have a snack, you just put these in the toaster. They just come like that. You put them in the toaster. They pop out. They're hot. You put jam, butter on them. Jesus Christ. Mate. I don't know what that is. Oh, my God. What's this, Andy? Andy! There's a chocolate crumpet recipe, Andy. I have never seen this monstrosity ever, but I would give it a go. Sainsbury's? One of our supermarkets. Andy! Look! Don't look at that bit. It's red, Andy. It's red. Andy, it's orange. Don't look at that. Oh my God. Look at this. It's like the flipping Bake Off. It's like the great banana and jam. I've never had banana and jam. I have never had banana and jam. I would have banana and jam on a crumpet. Oh. Anyway. Can you tell I've not had dinner yet? Can you tell I'm a bit hungry? Okay, they've just done a video package where we look back at John and Brock and their history. Now we're looking at Wrestle Palooa match cards. Still at the moment, we've only got the 5 matches. Opola said, I'm English born and bred. I prefer South African and Jamaican food. I think even Dutch food is better. Irish Sam said, is Eggs Benedict popular? Yeah. I don't know if people do it at home, but you can go to a Wetherspoons and get Eggs Benedict. I like Eggs Benedict. It's a common American breakfast. So there's a chain of pubs in the UK. You find them everywhere. They're called Wetherspoons. And they're big, loads of tables, massive long bar. It accommodates for like lots of people. So, you know, like pubs, you might see a picture of it and it's quite small. And, you know, the Wetherspoons are like big. Yeah, they cater for a lot of people. Beer prices are like cheap. And they always do food from like first thing in the morning to about 9 o'clock at night. You can go in, there's a menu, you know, it's pretty standard stuff. Well, on their breakfast, they do like a traditional English breakfast that you can get there. But yeah, Eggs Benedict is on the menu. They do loads of things. You can get like crumpets, you can get just toasts, they do porridge, they do loads of bits. But Eggs Benedict is on that menu, so yeah, you can find that pretty much most places. I know it's at Wetherspoons. Cody Rhodes has just tweeted out some eyes. Don't know why. He's watching Smackdown. Love that for him. Bagels. Yeah, you can get bagels in the UK. It's obviously I think that's a very American thing. I don't believe that was a UK thing. I think that's American. Feels like it's a bagel originated in the Jewish communities of Poland. Oh, I would have said it was American. It's very associated with New York now, isn't it? But apparently originated in the Jewish communities of Poland. Love that for them. Okay, contract signing coming in. We've only got 17 minutes to go. What the flip? I had black pudding with an English breakfast on my first Flight with a roasted tomato. It sounds simple, but that bite was good. I've loved black pudding since. Yeah, I think black pudding gets a bit of a bad rep, and understandably so, because it's pig's blood, right? And people are like, sorry, what? But it's pig's blood kind of mixed in with oats and spices. And it's one of those where I find black pudding to be fine. Like, I don't love it. But I don't have a like, if I went round a friend's house and they gave me black pudding on a breakfast, great, lovely, thank you, no issue. But it is, if I was doing a breakfast at home, I don't think I would put it on. For even us here, it's a specialist thing, you know. It's one of those kind of quirky things that, like, I would imagine snails in France. People aren't eating snails every day of the week, you know? But there might be an occasion where they will enjoy that. And for me, black pudding is similar. If I have a full English breakfast at home, I won't have black pudding. It's not because I don't like it. It's just not a key ingredient. You got to have the bacon. You got to have the sausage. You got to have the egg, fried egg. You got to have the baked beans. You got to have the toast. You've got to have maybe the hash browns. Probably get a hash brown in there. You need some sort of potato in there. Hash brown will do it. But yeah, black pudding, I don't know that that's one that I would necessarily reach for myself. But I am not opposed to it. If you have it from Wetherspoons, that chain of pubs, they do have black pudding as part of it. So yeah. So if you tried it, Trini, and you enjoyed it, that's good. Daze, you need to try a roll sausage and haggis. Yeah, I've only ever had haggis a couple of times. Both of them have been in Wetherspoons, that chain of pubs. When it's like Burns night and stuff like that, they have a themed kind of week, Scottish week, and they do like a haggis burger, and they do like a nice meal, meat and stuff with haggis. So I've done it that way, but I mean, Wetherspoons is like mass produced. The quality is just not, you know, if you wanted a quality meal, you wouldn't take someone to Wetherspoons. Wetherspoons is cheap, it's convenient, it is passable, but you wouldn't go, come on, I'm going to take you out. We're going to go to Wetherspoons. Do you know what I mean? It's the kind of place you go to if you're just meeting up with a mate and you just want somewhere cheap and you just want somewhere reliable. You just want somewhere that's Wetherspoons. So I've had haggis there, but yeah, I can't judge it by that. I think it'd be nice actually to go to Scotland and actually sit down for a proper meal and have like haggis done properly. I'm sure it'd be great. Yeah, I'd be down for that. I suppose in a way it's very similar to the kind of black pudding, isn't it, really? You say haggis and about it being like sheep's intestines and all that, like, it sounds disgusting, but it's oats and it's spices and it's, do you know what I mean? It doesn't taste bad. I mean, there's a reason why it exists. And I think it's very similar to black pudding, yeah. Okay, here's Solo. Let's see what Solo's got to say. You never betrayed me. Who's he talking to? Tongaloa. You've shown me love. And you've sacrificed your body for me. You're the son of Haku. This is good. You brought gold to this family and I love you for that. You're the son of Haku. I let you down. Your loyalty will be rewarded. I love you, Solo, says Tongaloa. That's great. Are we going to do that each week? And then maybe next week we do JC as well? And we sort of build the family back up again. Good. That's good. James said, if you want a free fight as well, go to Weatherspoons on a Friday night. It is true. It's so many people go there and they're drinking. Some people are eating, of course, but people are also boozing and just catching up with mates. I mean, you can find places where there will be trouble. Okay, here we go. Dun dun. Benny said, Daze, you are a good-looking crumpet. Are you also part Scottish? I don't believe so. I actually don't know about my family history going all the way back. I know my mom's side go back to Germany because my grandma kind of fled Germany during like the Nazis and everything. So I know she was on the right side of history. But I know my mom's side's... My grandma actually married an English soldier. So I think my mum had it a bit rough as she was growing up, of course. What with kids kind of picking on her for her mum being German. And my mum was growing up, obviously not too long, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years after the war had ended. So I don't think she had an easy time. But thankfully, things, obviously, time moves on. Things have settled down as time has gone by. And, yeah, my grandma was, on the right side of things, if you will, which is obviously nice. But I don't know if you go further back. I don't know, like my dad's side is just from Birmingham. So, and my grandma moved to Birmingham. And my mum was born in Birmingham. My dad was born in Birmingham. So I don't know, really. I don't think there's any Scottish. Unless my dad's side goes back and, you know. Okay, Drew, I need to do one of those ancestor things, but the problem I have is I don't care. And that is a barrier. That is a problem, to be honest. That is a barrier when you just don't really care. I know where my grandparents came from. I know where my mum and dad came from. I don't really care about anyone before that. I don't know them. Not bothered. They were probably losers. They were probably AEW fans. So they're dead to me. Right, here's Drew. He was about to talk, but Cody's coming out and we've really left these no time. No time whatsoever. I feel like we've done a lot of ESPN ad promotion and stuff like this. And it sort of feels like this part of the show is kind of stalled. That's how it feels to me. I feel like the start was hot and the show has drifted a bit. And it's here to blow to start the show. Lights and up and whoa. Whoa. Let's go. Contract signing. 8 minutes. Someone's getting murked. Tribal Chief said, this Weatherspoon sounds a lot like a Waffle House. Do they sell alcohol in Waffle Houses? And Waffle House is obviously more a diner, isn't it? I can show you inside of a Weatherspoons. If you're English, you've been to a Weatherspoons. I don't think there's anyone in the country that's never been to a flipping Weatherspoons. They're everywhere. There's flipping hundreds of them. So, I mean, this is what they kind of look like from the outsides. And then this is what they look like kind of insides. Just a long, long bar where people stand and drink. You get a drink, catch up with mates, loads of tables. I mean, it's done nice inside. I mean, they look good. All of these are different ones, and there's hundreds across the country. I don't know why I'm advertising Weatherspoons. They can advertise themselves, but this is a common sight. You walk down any kind of flipping city, you'll see a Weatherspoons like that. People sitting outside. When you go in, it'll probably look something like this, or something like this, something like this, something like this. And everywhere does the same food, the same drinks. But they're good. There we go. These are Weatherspoons. That's the kind of food that you get from a Weatherspoons. So, I mean, like burger, chips, pretty standard. It's not a taste sensation. That's Birmingham. I've actually been in that one. That's Birmingham train station. I think I've sat at that exact table there. I'm not even lying. That's Birmingham. Anyway. Here we go. Okay, this isn't your story or my story. This is their story. Sometimes they don't need a story. They just want to watch two of the best fight. Is this how they're kind of explaining the fact there's not been much of a build? You've been a WWE champion in the past. You're the Scottish Warrior. Oh, he's all lamped. Oh, lately, the Scottish Warrior has just been a keyboard warrior. Pull your phone out. Why has he got his phone out when Cody told him to do it? What does it say? Thank you, Cody, is what it says. It's only got 4 views. It's not very popular, is he? Thank you, Cody. He just typed that in the ring. He just typed that in the ring. We can see a tweet that he just typed in the ring. There it is. Look, it's got 800 views. 2,000 views. We're just one of 2,000 people that have seen this so far. I'm going to like it. Who else is watching Smackdown? Who else is watching Smackdown? I changed it. I typed something really lame and then I changed it. Anyway. Wrestle Palooa. Here's a reality check. They're going to turn on you. These fans are going to turn on you. My God, Drew was right. Cody's going to sign this contract. It's really hard to build this, isn't it? Because he just ain't been around. Oh, headbutt. Headbutt by Drew. Drew picks up the table, flips it over. Cody gets out the ring. Cody spitting, said K-Dub. Shots coming in there by Drew. Brawling on the outsides. I really want Drew to win, but I doubt it'll happen, said Joel. Tony said AEW and WWE are on Saturday. I'm going to need more snacks and beer. Yeah, AEW on first, isn't it? I think there is a bit of an overlap there. This match is happening. There we go. I'm taking that championship, says Drew. Drew walks away. I'm not going to screw it up for myself. Cody Rhodes going against the rope. Suicide dive. Shots coming in there by Drew. We're just separating them. I feel like the show has kind of lost a bit of momentum for me. These two obviously brawl in to end the show out, which makes sense. Miz says, let them fight. Drew comes in. Whoa, Claymore. Boot to the face by Drew. Ooh, mate. That was good. Claymore, and then he just stomped on Cody's head. Well, that could be a mistake if you've knocked him silly. Sleep with the title. It's the last night you're going to have it for a long time. And there we go. End of the show. I think overall a very good show. I do think a show that kind of lost its momentum a bit at the end. But I like the Claymore, the kick. And then that little message. Sleep with the title. It's the last time you're going to have that title for a long time. Scottish Chris said, I wonder, is Bronson going to take the Usos shoes tomorrow? Gonzo said, I think Creative was more focused on the ESPN appearances than tonight's show. Drew's going to win. Benny, shout out to you. Kareem said, yeah, that last hour was talking. Yeah, there was that quite a long throwback video package, wasn't there? I think, did we only get the 3 matches? Did we only get the 3 matches? So I don't think we had loads to... Don't think we had loads to really get our teeth into. But thankfully, one of those matches was very well received because here we got the scores and you had plenty of time to get your votes in. So 49, 17, 29, and 5. That means that you lot scored the Carmelo Sami match. Great 66. Great 66, which I think is very, very fair. Vision against Fraxium, you said was good 92. Alexa Charlotte, you said was good 96. So, and Carmelo Sami, great 66. Right. Cody is beaten up. Drew's got the momentum. Definitely Drew is going to lose, says Johnny. Tomorrow is going to be the start of the build to Survivor Series, says Gonzo. Where is Yalatamin? I've not seen him. Oh, Jacob. Yalatamin. Don't know where he is actually at the moment. Perhaps they just don't have anything for him right now. Spartan said Sami matches have been cooking. People saying good night. Aston said 4 out of 10. There was a couple of good bits, but lots of ads and recaps. I do agree, actually. I'm higher than 4. I think that the second hour we really start falling away, but we do get that Sami Carmelo in the second hour outside of Sami Carmelo, and I think the very end of this, I don't think there's much in that second hour, so it definitely drags the score down. Didn't need those couple of ESPN things from R-Truth, but whatever. I think still a pretty strong episode, still good for a go home, and I don't know, has it made you more excited for Wrestle Palooza? Yeah, probably. Nice to get somewhere between Drew and Cody, so probably it's made me a bit more excited. So don't forget, we are back tomorrow for Wrestle Palooza. We will be starting 4 hours before the show starts. Obviously, we're not watching AEW here, and we don't talk about AEW. So if you are looking for WWE conversation, then I can absolutely guarantee that. We are going to be dialed in. We are going to be talking about everything to do with WWE. Obviously, we've had some interesting developments today. And we know that the show tomorrow is closing with John Cena and Drew. What does that mean for potential surprises? We know that Triple H says there will be surprises. So, yeah, tomorrow should be very interesting. They are going to want that to be a big success. It is definitely not just a B show. I think it was going to be, but they definitely are really shouting about this. They want people to tune in. You're going to get people checking it out like, okay, let's see what this is about. I've not watched the wrestling in a while, and you want those people to stick around. What are you going to do to get them to stick around? Yeah, I think we can be hopeful that we're going to get some up, but keep those expectations in check. Don't think we're going to be getting loads of stuff, but I think we can certainly expect something good. I think it's not going to be a waste of time watching that show. At least I hope not. So, right, with that being said, I think we are done. Plenty of time for conversation before we start tomorrow, my friends. So if you have got thoughts, hot takes, I'll take your thoughts for our opinions video. I'll put that post up on X now. But you can join us tomorrow and we'll have a good conversation before we even get going with Wrestle Palooza. So lovely, lovely. Robbie said 0 expectations for me. Kyle said, what camera do you use to record the streams? I've got a Logitech Brio, which is a 4K camera, but you can get a Logitech something, which is like 1080p. Do you know what? I always do the same thing when it comes to equipment. I always just go, what's the best? Get a few lists, and normally look to see, okay, I don't want the one that's going to cost thousands, but what is like a good mid-range option? And I, pretty much have got a lot of those kinds of things. So, this is not the best mic you can get, but it's one of the best, and it's a good mid-range option. Same with the cameras. You can spend thousands, but this is a good mid-range option. So you want to make sure you got good audio, good visual. So, boom. Daze, one thing I've noticed said big time with SmackDown going 2 hours is there's so much filler that's been trimmed off. I do find it more digestible, even though at times we do need more. Do we feel fulfilled after 2 hours? I do, yeah. I think the sweet spot is 2.5. I think I like what they do with Raw. You do a 2-hour show, you allow the mid-card to shine and the other world champ to shine. So, if Cody is your big focus, then obviously you need the women's world champion to have a spot to shine. You need your tag division an opportunity to shine. You need your mid-card men's champ an opportunity to shine. You need your mid-card women's champ an opportunity to shine. That it gives you 2 hours to fit all that in, and some other feuds and some video packages, whatever, interviews, blah, 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 2 hours. And then your main event gets its own half-an-hour time slot. I like what we do with Raw. That feels, for where we are right now and the size of the roster, feels about right. But I don't mind SmackDown being at 2. I think the one thing I am kind of against is 3 hours. Consistently, we would say when Raw was 3, like we need to lose this 3rd hour. It's so hard booking a 3rd hour. But actually, I think I've come to realise booking a 3rd hour isn't as hard as we thought. It's as long as you go 2.5 and the last half an hour is for the main event. If we had a match now that we'd spent all day kind of building towards, I could happily sit and watch a match now as the main event, So 2 hours, 2.5, I'm definitely here for that. So, yeah, I'll take that over 3. Right, we're done. I'm going to run away. I'm going to do the talking points video. So thanks for joining us. Really do appreciate it. I'm going to get the talking points video done. I'm going to get the review video done. I'm going to get Unseen done, but that goes up late now because it is left last. But yes, appreciate the support. And hopefully I'll see you at some point tomorrow as we all enjoy Wrestle Palooza. Bye for now.